Welcome to this special collection. Tonight, we've gathered 5 of our favorite stories to stay with you throughout the night. So, settle in, adjust your pillows, and let the world outside grow quiet. Our first journey begins now. The town had gone to sleep, you see. One by one, the lights in the windows had blinked out. The baker had shuttered his door. The butcher had hung up his apron, and the last cart had rumbled away down the cobblestone lane, its wheels fading into the distance, until there was nothing left but the soft, steady sound of the rain. Just a gentle rain, mind you. The kind that taps at the glass like a polite visitor, not demanding anything, just letting you know it's there. And in that little shop, on that little street, there was still one light left burning. Old Heinrich, that was the shoemaker's name, though most folk just called him the cobbler. He was still at his bench. He was always the last one up, you see. Had been for 40 years or more. Long after his wife had gone up to bed, long after the fire had begun to think about going out, there he'd be, bent over his work, quiet as the night itself. He was an old man by now. Not frail, mind you. No. His back was still straight enough, and his eyes, behind those little wire spectacles, were still sharp as pins. But his hands, his hands told the whole story. They were the hands of a man who had worked every single day of his life, wrinkled and weathered, the knuckles a little swollen from the cold, the fingertips calloused and tough as the leather he worked with. And yet, those hands moved with such gentleness, such care, the way a grandfather might hold something precious, something he didn't want to break. He reached across the bench now, slowly, and he laid his hands flat on the last piece of leather he had in the world. Just the one piece. That was all that was left. He'd been turning it over in his mind all evening, you know, wondering how it had come to this. A whole life of honest work. A whole life of making good shoes. Sturdy shoes. Shoes that lasted, and here he was, with nothing left but this one small square of leather, and debts that were growing heavier by the week. But he didn't dwell on it. Not tonight. Tonight, he just looked at it. The leather was a deep, rich brown, the color of autumn earth after the rain. He ran his thumb slowly across the surface, and it was smooth, smoother than you might expect, with just the faintest grain beneath his fingertip, like the memory of the animal it had once been. It was cool to the touch, that leather. Cool, and slightly stiff from sitting in the cold shop all day. But there was a warmth underneath it, too, a depth to it, the way good leather always has. And the smell, now that's something you don't forget. That deep, earthy, honest smell, like soil and oak, and something older than either of them. He breathed it in, just for a moment, and something in his old shoulders softened. He knew this piece. He'd been saving it, waiting for the right pair of hands to make it into something worthy, Tomorrow, he decided. Tomorrow, he would cut it. He would make one last pair of shoes, the finest pair he could manage, and he would put them in the window, and he would hope. But tonight, he would simply prepare. He reached for his tools, one by one, and laid them out along the bench with the quiet ceremony of a man who has done this 10,000 times. There was a comfort in it, you see, a ritual. The way some folk say their prayers before bed, this was his. First, the awl. Small and pointed, its wooden handle worn smooth and dark from years of his grip. He set it down gently. Then, the hammer. Solid and heavy, its iron head dull and honest-looking. Not a trace of vanity about it. A working hammer. A good hammer. And then, the needle. Now, I want you to picture this. The candle on the bench was burning low by now, its flame no bigger than a thumbnail, trembling slightly in some draft that crept under the door. And in that small, trembling light, the needle caught it, just for a moment. A single silver flash, like a star had fallen onto the workbench and decided to stay a while. It was a long needle, curved just so, threaded with a length of waxed linen that Heinrich had prepared that afternoon. He held it up between his thumb and forefinger and turned it slowly, watching the light move along its length. And there was something almost magical about it, something that made the ordinary feel extraordinary. He set it down beside the leather, just so. And then, the shears. He picked them up with both hands, the way you'd pick up something that deserved respect. They were iron. Those shears, old iron, heavy and dark, with handles worn smooth and bright where his fingers had held them all these years. They had a weight to them that was deeply, deeply satisfying. The kind of weight that says, I am made for this. I will not let you down. He opened them once, slowly, and they made that soft, clean sound, that whisper of metal on metal. And then he closed them again and set them down beside the needle, everything in its place. He looked at the bench for a long moment. The leather, the tools, the single candle, and he nodded, very slightly, to himself. Behind him, the fireplace was giving up its last warmth. It had been a good fire, earlier in the evening, a proper fire, with real logs that had crackled and spat, and filled the little shop with a golden, dancing light. But that was hours ago now. The logs had burned down to embers, deep orange embers, glowing softly in the grate, like something half asleep. Every now and then, one of them would pulse, brighten just a little, as if it was trying to remember what it had been. And then it would fade again, back to that deep, quiet orange. Heinrich turned on his stool and looked at it for a while. He did this every night, you know, just watched the fire go out. There was something about it he couldn't quite explain, something peaceful. The way the warmth didn't disappear all at once, but faded. Slowly. Gently. Like a long, slow exhale. He could still feel it on his face, just barely. A ghost of warmth, a memory of the fire, rather than the fire itself. And as the embers dimmed, the shadows in the corners of the shop grew longer, softer. They crept in from the edges of the room, those shadows, not threatening. No, nothing like that, just present. The way shadows are in a room you know well. The shelves of finished shoes along the wall became dark shapes. The hanging tools became silhouettes. The old wooden beams above his head disappeared into the darkness entirely. The shop was becoming something else now, something quieter, something that belonged to the night. He turned back to his bench. There was one last thing to do. He reached into the small wooden box beside the candle and drew out a length of cloth, soft, clean linen, and he laid it carefully over the leather, protecting it from the dust of the night, from the cold. He smoothed it down with the flat of his hand, slowly, the way you might tuck in a sleeping child. Then he straightened up, just a little, and he looked around the shop one last time. Everything was still. Everything was quiet. The rain was still there at the window, still tapping, still patient. The last ember in the grate gave one final, gentle pulse of orange light, and then it was gone. Just a faint red glow now, barely there at all. Heinrich reached out, and he pinched the candle flame between his finger and thumb. There was a tiny hiss, the smallest sound in the world, and then darkness. But not quite darkness, not yet. Because for a moment there was the smoke, a thin pale ribbon of it, rising up from the wick in a slow, graceful curl, twisting and turning in the still air, catching the faintest light from somewhere, from nowhere, and then dissolving quietly into nothing. He watched it go. And then the moonlight came. It came slowly, the way moonlight always does. Not all at once, but gradually, as his eyes adjusted, and the room revealed itself again in a different kind of light. Cool light, blue, white, and silver, falling through the small window in a long, quiet rectangle across the floor. It touched the edge of the workbench. It caught the silver needle and made it glow faintly, like something enchanted. It lay across the covered leather, like a blessing. The shop was transformed. The same room, and yet not the same room at all. Everything that had been warm and amber was now cool and silver. Everything that had been close and familiar was now still and a little mysterious. Even the dust motes in the air seemed to hang differently, suspended in that blue light, as if time itself had slowed down. Heinrich stood for a moment in the doorway to the back room, one hand on the frame, and he looked at his little shop. The bench, the tools, the leather, waiting under its cloth. He sighed, a long, slow, contented sigh, the kind that carries a whole day in it. "Tomorrow," he said softly, to no one in particular, or perhaps to the shop itself. "Tomorrow, we'll see what we can do." And then he turned, and he went to bed. And the shop, the little shop, was left alone in the moonlight, quiet, still, waiting. Now, if you'd been there that night, if you'd pressed your nose against that cold window glass and peered inside, you might have thought there was nothing to see. Just an old man's workbench, just a piece of leather under a cloth, just a needle catching the moonlight. But you'd have been wrong, because something was coming, you see. Something small and quick and very, very clever. But that is a story for the next chapter. At the top of the lane, where a light burned in the kitchen window, and the smell of something warm and good drifted out through the cracks in the old wooden door. It fell on the garden, where the last of the autumn flowers bent their heads under the weight of the drops, and where the stone path glistened, and the lavender bushes released their scent into the wet air, soft and sweet and faintly purple, if a smell can be a color. And it fell on the hollow itself, on the whole wide, quiet, sleeping valley. And the valley received it the way it received everything, with patience and with grace, letting it soak into the earth and the roots and the deep, dark soil, storing it away for the spring that was always, eventually, coming. Inside the stable, Ichabod was not quite asleep and not quite awake. He was in that soft, borderless place between the two, where thoughts come slowly and without urgency, drifting past like leaves on a slow river, and where the body feels heavy and warm and perfectly at rest. He was thinking in a loose and wandering way about the meadow in summer, about the way the grass looked in the long afternoon light, golden and green at the same time, moving in slow waves when the breeze came through. About the smell of it, warm and sweet and alive. About the feeling of walking through it, the soft resistance of the grass against his legs, the ground firm and good beneath his hooves, the sky wide and blue above. He thought about the stream and the way the water looked when the sun was on it, all light and movement, silver and white and endlessly changing. He thought about standing in the shallows on a hot day, the cold water around his hooves, the mud soft beneath them, the willows trailing their long fingers in the current. He thought about evenings like this one, rain on the roof and lanterns burning, and his friends close by, and the feeling of being exactly where he was supposed to be. The thoughts came and went without effort, without direction, like clouds moving across a sky that is perfectly content to hold them. Katrina was dreaming. In her dream, she was in the orchard at the far end of the farm, the one with the old apple trees, whose branches grew in every direction, twisted and gnarled and beautiful, their bark silver gray and soft with lichen. The apples were ripe in her dream, hanging heavy and red among the leaves, and the ground beneath the trees was scattered with windfalls, their skins split and sweet-smelling, drawing the bees in lazy, golden circles. She walked slowly through the orchard, her hooves quiet on the soft grass, her nose lifted to catch the smell of the apples and the warm earth and the faint, distant smell of the rain that was coming, still far away, but already in the air. A coolness and a freshness that made everything feel more alive. The light in the orchard was the particular light of late afternoon in early autumn, amber and slanted, falling through the leaves in long shifting beams that moved across the ground as the branches swayed. Everything was very still and very beautiful, and Katrina walked through it all with the unhurried ease of someone who knows they have all the time in the world. She stopped beneath the oldest tree, the one with the great spreading branches that reached almost to the ground on one side. And she stood there in the dappled light and breathed in the smell of the apples and the earth and the coming rain. And she felt completely, perfectly happy. Brahm was not dreaming. Brahm rarely dreamed, or if he did, he kept his dreams to himself, tucked away in the deep, quiet places of his mind, where no one else could see them. He stood in his corner of the stable, with his eyes fully closed now, his breathing slow and even, his great dark body perfectly still. But even in sleep, or whatever it was that Brahm did that looked like sleep, he was aware of the stable around him. He was aware of the warmth and the lantern light and the sound of the rain on the roof. He was aware of Ichabod's slow breathing and Katrina's small, contented sounds, and the occasional soft rustle from the rafters where the horseman sat. He was aware of all of it, and it was good. And he held it all gently in his sleeping mind, the way the valley held the rain, receiving it, keeping it, letting it become part of him. The horseman watched. This was what the horseman did, mostly. He watched. He sat in the high rafters with his great dark eyes open, and his round, pale face turning slowly, taking in everything below him with a calm, and ancient attention. He watched the horses sleep, and the lanterns burn, and the rain move across the window. He watched the straw shift in the small draughts that moved through the stable. He watched the shadows on the walls, the way they deepened and softened as the lanterns swayed. He had watched over this stable for a very long time. He had watched through many winters and many summers, through storms and through still, clear nights, through the long, slow turning of the seasons. He had watched the horses come and go over the years, each one different, each one dear. And he had watched over all of them with the same patient, steady attention. There was something in the horseman's watching that was not simply observation. It was something more than that, something that had no precise name, but that the horses felt, even in their sleep, as a kind of presence, a warmth that was not the warmth of the lanterns, a safety that was not the safety of the walls. It was the feeling of being watched over by something that was older and quieter and wiser than the ordinary world. Something that had seen enough of time to know that everything, in the end, was going to be all right. The horseman turned his great head slowly toward the window, where the rain was still falling, steady and soft, and he made his low, quiet sound, and the stable held it for a moment, and then it faded into the warmth and the silence, and everything was still. An hour passed, or perhaps 2. Time moved differently in the hollow, especially on rainy evenings, especially in the stable with the lanterns burning and the animals sleeping. It moved the way the stream moved, not in a hurry, not with any particular destination in mind, simply flowing, simply being, simply going where it was always going to go. The rain had softened now. It was no longer the steady, purposeful rain of the early evening, but something lighter and more tentative. A fine mist more than a rain, drifting rather than falling, settling on everything it touched with a gentleness that was almost tender. The meadow outside was very dark now, the darkness of a countryside night, deep and soft and full of small sounds. The creak of a branch, the distant call of a tawny owl somewhere in the oaks, the murmur of the stream. The lanterns in the stable had burned down a little, their light slightly lower and warmer than before. The amber deepened toward gold, the shadows on the walls a little softer, a little closer. The straw glowed in the light, and the horses glowed in the straw, and the whole stable had the quality of something seen through half-closed eyes, warm and blurred at the edges, and very, very peaceful. Ichabod stirred slightly, shifting his weight, resettling himself in the straw with a long, slow breath. He did not wake. He simply moved deeper into sleep, the way a stone sinks slowly through still water, settling at last on the soft bed below, perfectly still, perfectly at rest. Now, it is worth telling you a little more about Ichabod, because Ichabod was, in his own quiet way, a rather remarkable horse. He was not remarkable in the way that some horses are remarkable. Not fast or strong or particularly brave in the face of loud noises and sudden movements. He was, if anything, rather easily startled, and he had a tendency to stop and stare at things that other horses walked past without a second glance. A shadow on the path, a leaf blowing across the lane, the particular way the light fell through the trees on a misty morning. He would stand very still and look at these things with his wide, dark, honey eyes, his ears pricked forward, his whole body alert and attentive, as though whatever he was looking at was the most interesting thing in the world. And perhaps for Ichabod it was, because Ichabod had a gift that was rare and precious, and that he himself did not fully understand. He could feel the beauty of things, not just see it, not just notice it, but feel it deep in his chest, the way you feel music when it is very good. A kind of resonance, a vibration that was not quite emotion and not quite sensation, but something that partook of both. He felt it when the mist lay across the meadow in the morning. He felt it when the rain fell on the stream, and the two sounds wove together. He felt it when the lanterns burned in the stable on a cold night, and the straw was warm, and his friends were close. He felt it in small things and large things, in the smell of the earth after rain, and the sound of the wind in the oak trees, and the sight of the stars appearing one by one in the darkening sky. It was this gift, more than anything else, that made Ichabod who he was. It was this gift that made him stop and stare at shadows and leaves and the particular quality of the light. He was not afraid of these things. He was, in his own way, in love with them. Katrina had woken from her dream of the orchard and was lying quietly in the straw, her eyes open but soft, looking at nothing in particular. The dream had left a warmth in her that she was in no hurry to let go of. A feeling of apples and amber light and the coming rain, and she lay with it gently, the way you hold a warm stone in your hand on a cold day, not gripping it, just letting it rest there, letting its warmth move into you. She could hear the rain, still soft and fine outside, and the creak of the stable in the small wind, and Ichabod's slow breathing, and the distant, barely there sound of the stream. She could see the lantern light moving on the ceiling above her, slow and golden. And she watched it for a while, with the easy, unfocused attention of someone who is very comfortable and has no reason to be anywhere else. She thought about nothing in particular. She thought about the way the straw felt beneath her, deep and soft and warm. She thought about the smell of the stable, hay and wood, and the faint sweetness of the lantern oil, and the clean, damp smell of the rain coming in under the door. She thought about her friends, Ichabod with his long, thoughtful face and his wide, dark eyes, Brahm with his steady, quiet presence, the horseman with his great, pale face and his ancient, watching eyes. She felt grateful in the simple, uncomplicated way that animals feel grateful, without words or analysis, just a warmth in the chest and a sense of rightness, of being exactly where she was supposed to be, with exactly the right companions, in exactly the right place. She closed her eyes again, and the warmth of the dream, and the warmth of the stable, and the warmth of her own contentment folded around her like a blanket, and she slept. Outside, the mist had thickened slightly, and the hollow was wrapped in it now. The fields and the hedgerows and the old stone walls all softened and blurred, their edges dissolved into the gray-white air. The oak trees at the edge of the meadow were dark shapes in the mist, their branches reaching up into the whiteness and disappearing, as though the trees went on forever, growing up and up into some other world above the clouds. The lane was very quiet. The puddles in the ruts were still and dark, and the mist moved across them in slow, thin wisps. And the hawthorn berries in the hedgerow were dark red and gleaming with moisture. And the whole lane had the quality of a painting, still and composed and beautiful in a way that asked nothing of you, that simply was. A fox moved along the edge of the lane, its paws silent on the wet grass, its tail a dark plume behind it. It paused for a moment at the gate to the farm, lifting its nose to the air, reading the night with its extraordinary senses. And then it moved on, slipping through a gap in the hedge and disappearing into the field beyond, leaving no trace of itself except a faint, wild smell that faded quickly in the damp air. The robin in the hawthorn was still asleep, its feathers still puffed, its eyes still closed, its small body rising and falling with each tiny breath. Around it, the leaves dripped quietly, and the berries hung heavy and still, and the hedge was full of the small, secret warmth of sleeping things. In the stable, the horseman had spread his wings. He did this sometimes in the deep of the night when the horses were sleeping and the lanterns were burning low. He would spread his great wings slowly, fully, until they reached from one side of the rafter to the other, and he would hold them there for a long moment, perfectly still, as though he were embracing the whole stable, as though he were holding it all, the warmth and the light and the sleeping animals and the sound of the rain, holding it all gently in the wide, soft span of his wings. And then, slowly, he would fold them back, drawing them in close to his body, and he would sit again in his usual stillness. And the stable would feel, somehow, even more settled than before, even more contained, even more safe. He did this now, in the deep quiet of the night, and the lantern light caught the underside of his wings as he spread them, and for a moment the whole stable was filled with a soft, warm light that was not quite the lantern light, and not quite anything else. A light that seemed to come from the wings themselves, from the pale, perfect feathers, from the ancient, quiet creature who had watched over this place for so long. And then the wings folded, and the light settled back to its usual amber warmth, and the horseman sat still in the rafters, and the rain fell softly on the roof, and the horses slept. Ichabod was dreaming now, properly dreaming, in the deep and vivid way that horses dream when they are very comfortable and very safe. He was in the meadow, but it was not the meadow as it was now, dark and mist-wrapped and rain-soft. It was the meadow in the full brightness of a summer morning, the grass long and green and full of flowers, the sky a deep, clear blue, with a few white clouds moving slowly across it, the sun warm on his back and his flanks and the top of his long head. He was walking, slowly and without purpose, through the long grass, and the grass moved around his legs in soft waves, and the flowers nodded as he passed, and the bees moved among them in their slow golden way, and the whole meadow was full of sound, the hum of the bees and the song of the skylarks high above, and the distant murmur of the stream, and the soft, constant sound of the wind in the grass. He walked to the stream and stood at its edge, looking down at the water. It was clear and quick, running over smooth stones, catching the light in small, bright flashes. He could see the stones on the bottom, pale and round and clean, and the water moving over them in thin, fast sheets, and the shadows of the clouds moving across the surface, slow and dark, and then gone. He lowered his head and drank. The water was cold and clean, and tasted of the hills it had come from, of stone and moss and high, clear air. He drank slowly, feeling the cold move through him, and then he lifted his head and stood for a moment with the water dripping from his chin, looking out across the meadow. Katrina was there, in the dream, standing in the long grass a little way off, her white coat bright in the sunlight, her mane lifting slightly in the breeze. She was eating, pulling at the grass with the steady, contented rhythm of a horse who has found a particularly good patch. And she did not look up, but her tail swished slowly, and that was enough. Brom was there too, standing at the edge of the meadow where the oak trees began, his dark coat almost invisible in the shade, only his white socks visible, 4 bright patches in the dimness. He was perfectly still, as he always was, but his ears were forward, and his head was up, and he was looking out across the meadow with an expression that, on a horse, could only be described as satisfaction. And above them all, high in the blue sky, the horseman was flying. He was a pale shape against the blue, his wings spread wide and still, riding the warm air that rose from the meadow in slow, invisible columns. He turned in a long, lazy circle, and the sun caught his wings and turned them white and gold. And he was the most beautiful thing Ichabod had ever seen. Ichabod watched him for a long time, standing at the edge of the stream, with the water still dripping from his chin. And he felt the beauty of it deep in his chest. The resonance, the vibration, the feeling that was not quite emotion and not quite sensation, but something that partook of both. He felt it so strongly that it was almost like a sound, a low, clear note that rang through him, from his hooves to the tips of his ears. And he stood very still and let it ring. The night deepened. The mist thickened over the hollow until the whole valley was wrapped in it. A soft white world with no edges and no distances, just the immediate and the close, the wet grass underfoot and the dark shapes of the trees, and the warm glow of the stable lanterns visible from the lane as a soft amber smudge in the whiteness. The rain had stopped entirely now. The air was very still and very damp and very quiet. The kind of quiet that comes after rain, when everything is wet and settled, and the world seems to be holding its breath, waiting for something, though nothing in particular is coming. It is simply the quality of the silence, full and expectant, and deeply, deeply peaceful. The stream was louder now, swollen a little with the rain, its voice fuller and more confident, moving through the willows with a sound that was almost musical, a low, continuous note that rose and fell as the water moved over the stones and around the roots, and through the narrow places where it quickened and brightened, and then slowed again in the wider pools. An owl called from somewhere in the oaks, a long, low call that moved through the mist and faded slowly. And then there was silence again. And the silence was if anything, deeper for having been broken. Katrina woke briefly in the small hours of the night and lay for a moment in the warm straw, listening. She could hear the stream. She could hear Ichabod breathing, slow and deep, the breathing of a horse in deep sleep. She could hear the faint creak of the stable, the old wood settling in the damp air. She could hear, very faintly, the sound of the mist moving against the window. A sound so soft it was barely a sound at all, more a feeling than a sound, a gentle pressure against the glass. She could not hear the horseman, but she could feel him, the way you can feel a fire in a room even when you are not looking at it. A warmth and a presence that was simply there, steady and constant and good. She lay quietly for a while, not sleeping and not quite awake, in that soft, borderless place that Ichabod had been in earlier. And she thought about nothing at all. Or rather, she thought about everything at once. The stream, and the mist, and the straw, and the warmth, and the breathing of her friends, and the amber light of the lanterns, and the smell of the stable, and the feeling of the night outside, dark and soft, and full of quiet life. And then she stopped thinking about any of it, and simply lay in it, the way you lie in warm water, letting it hold you, letting it be around you, letting it be enough. She slept. Ichabod's dream had changed. He was no longer in the summer meadow. He was somewhere else now, somewhere that was not quite any place he had ever been, but that felt, nonetheless, completely familiar. It was a place made of light and warmth and the smell of hay. A place where the lanterns burned with a light that was softer and more golden than any lantern he had ever seen. A place where the straw was deeper and warmer than any straw he had ever lain in. He was not alone. He could feel the presence of his friends around him. Not see them exactly, but feel them, the way you feel the warmth of a fire without looking at it. He could feel Katrina's cheerful, round warmth to his left, and Brahm's steady, dark solidity to his right. And above him, always above him, the horseman's ancient, watching presence, wide and still, and full of a quiet that was not emptiness, but its opposite, a quiet that was full of everything. He walked slowly through this place of light and warmth, and the ground beneath his hooves was soft and gave slightly with each step, like the best kind of turf. And the air was warm and smelled of everything good, hay and rain and apples, and the particular clean smell of a cold, clear night. And he walked and walked without going anywhere, without needing to go anywhere, simply moving through the warmth and the light and the goodness of it. And as he walked, he felt the beauty of it, the resonance in his chest, the low, clear note that rang through him. And it was stronger here than it had ever been in the waking world. Stronger and clearer and more sustained. A note that did not fade, but simply continued, ringing on and on through him, through the dream, through the warm and golden air. He walked, and the note rang, and the light was warm, and his friends were close, and everything was perfectly, completely, entirely all right. The night was at its deepest now, that hour before the first gray light begins to gather in the east, when the darkness is most complete and the silence is most profound, and the world is most fully itself, most fully resting, most fully given over to the quiet work of sleep and renewal. The hollow lay in its mist and its darkness, and the stream moved through the willows, and the oak trees stood at the edge of the meadow, and the hedgerows held their sleeping birds, and the lane wound through the fields, and the farmhouse sat at the top of the lane, with its dark windows and its sleeping inhabitants. And the stable stood at the edge of the farm, with its amber lanterns, and its warm straw, and its sleeping animals. Everything was as it should be. Everything was in its place. The world was doing what the world does in the deep of the night, resting, breathing, being, turning slowly on its axis through the dark and the stars, carrying all its sleeping creatures gently through the hours toward the morning. There was nothing to worry about. There was nothing to do. There was nowhere to be, and nothing to become, and no problem to solve, and no question to answer. There was only the night, and the mist, and the stream, and the stable, and the warmth, and the light, and the slow, deep breathing of sleeping things. Brahm dreamed, after all. He dreamed of a field in winter, which might sound cold and bleak, but in Brahm's dream it was neither. It was a field covered in snow, deep and white and perfectly smooth, unmarked by any footprint, stretching away in every direction under a sky that was the deep, clear blue of a winter afternoon. The sun, low and golden, casting long blue shadows across the snow. He stood at the edge of the field and looked out across it. And the snow was so white, and the sky was so blue, and the shadows were so long and blue, and the light was so golden that the whole scene had the quality of something that had been made very carefully, with great attention and great love. Every detail considered and placed just so. He walked out into the field, and his hooves broke through the crust of the snow with a soft, satisfying sound. and the snow was cold around his legs, but he was warm inside his thick winter coat, warm all the way through. And the cold was not unpleasant, but simply the other side of the warmth, the thing that made the warmth feel like warmth. He walked to the middle of the field and stopped, and stood there in the snow under the blue sky, and the sun was warm on his back, and the snow was cold around his legs, and the shadows were long and blue, and the whole world was very still and very beautiful and very quiet. He stood there for a long time, not thinking, not doing, simply being there, in the snow, in the light, in the quiet. And it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. The first gray light came slowly, the way it always does. Not all at once, but gradually. A softening of the darkness rather than a brightening. A slow, gentle dilution of the black into gray. The gray into pale silver. The pale silver into the first faint suggestion of color. The mist was still thick over the hollow, but it was beginning to move now, stirred by the first breath of the morning air, drifting in slow, thin wisps across the meadow, parting around the oak trees and the stone walls, and then closing again behind them. The stream was still audible, its voice unchanged, steady and low and musical, the same note it had been singing all night. The birds were beginning. Not many yet, just one or two. A blackbird somewhere in the hedgerow, its song clear and liquid and unhurried. Each phrase complete in itself. Each phrase followed by a small silence before the next. And then a robin, closer, its song thinner and sweeter, a high, bright thread of sound in the gray morning air. The lanterns in the stable were burning very low now, their light barely more than a warm glow, a suggestion of amber in the dimness. The straw was still warm, and the horses were still sleeping, and the horseman was still in the rafters, his great dark eyes open, watching the light change in the high window above him. He watched the gray deepen into silver, and the silver begin to warm toward gold. And he watched the mist move across the window, and he listened to the blackbird and the robin and the stream. And he was content, as he was always content, with the deep and ancient contentment of a creature who has watched many mornings come, and who knows with absolute certainty that each one is a gift. Ichabod woke slowly. He came up from sleep the way he always did, gradually, in stages, first becoming aware of the warmth of the straw and the sound of the rain, and then remembering that the rain had stopped, and then hearing the birds, and then feeling the particular quality of the light on his closed eyelids. And then, finally, opening his eyes. The stable was full of a soft gray-gold light, the light of early morning, filtered through mist. And it was the most beautiful light he had ever seen, which was what he thought every morning when he woke to it. It fell across the straw and the wooden walls and the sleeping shapes of his friends with a gentleness that made everything look as though it had been painted by someone who loved it very much. He lay still for a while, not moving, just looking. He looked at the light on the straw. He looked at Katrina, still sleeping, her white coat soft and warm-looking in the morning light, her mane spread across the straw around her head. He looked at Brahm, still standing in his corner, but awake now, his eyes open and calm, looking back at Ichabod with an expression of quiet, steady greeting. He looked up at the rafters, and the horseman looked back at him, his great dark eyes warm and still. And Ichabod felt, as he always felt when the horseman looked at him, that he was seen, completely and kindly, and that what was seen was good. He breathed in the morning air, cool and damp, and full of the smell of the wet earth and the grass and the distant sweet smell of the apple trees in the orchard. He breathed it in slowly, all the way in, and then let it out slowly, all the way out. And with it went the last of the night, the last of the dreams, the last of the deep, warm darkness of sleep. He was awake. The morning was here. The hollow was waking around him, the birds singing, and the mist moving, and the stream running, and the light growing slowly, slowly in the east. And it was, as it always was, a very good morning to be alive. But there is no hurry. The morning will wait. The meadow will wait. The stream and the oak trees, and the long green grass, and the wide blue sky will all wait, patient and unhurried, as they always have. For now, there is only the stable, and the warm straw, and the amber light of the lanterns burning low, and the soft gray gold of the morning coming in through the high window, and the sound of the blackbird in the hedgerow, clear and liquid and unhurried, each phrase complete in itself. There is only the warmth and the quiet and the slow, deep breathing of sleeping things. There is only the hollow, wrapped in its mist, resting in its valley, held in the patient arms of the hills. There is only this moment, soft and warm and full of peace, asking nothing of you, offering everything. Simply here, simply now, simply good. The lanterns glow. The rain has passed. The stream runs on. The horseman watches from the rafters with his great, kind eyes, and everything in the hollow is perfectly, completely, entirely at rest. Sleep now. The night is long and warm and full of good dreams, and there is nowhere to be and nothing to do, and no one who needs anything from you. Not tonight. Not in this soft and quiet hour. The straw is warm. The lanterns are burning. The rain has washed the world clean and left it gleaming and new and full of the smell of the earth. The blackbird is singing in the hedgerow, and the stream is running between the willows, and the mist is moving slowly across the meadow, and the oak trees are standing at the edge of the fields, patient and still and full of years. And in the stable, in the warm and amber dark, the animals are sleeping, and the horseman is watching, and the night is holding everything gently, the way it always has, the way it always will. Sleep now. Let the warmth hold you. Let the quiet surround you. Let the sound of the rain, still faint and far away now, moving on across the hills, carry you gently down into the deep and restful dark. You are safe. You are warm. You are held. The hollow is dreaming, and you are dreaming with it. And the dreams are good. And the night is long. And the morning, when it comes, will be soft and golden and full of birdsong. But that is later. That is the morning. For now, there is only the dark and the warmth and the quiet and the slow, steady sound of the world at rest. Pip was late lighting the western lanterns again. Not very late. Only late enough for old Bramble to notice, which, unfortunately, old Bramble always did. Beneath the oldest trees, where the roots have grown so long and so tangled that they have made rooms of themselves, arched ceilings and curved walls, and floors worn smooth by centuries of small, careful feet. There are pathways, hundreds of them, thousands perhaps, though no one has ever counted them all, and no one has ever tried. They wind and branch and double back on themselves, like the thoughts you have just before sleep, the ones that feel important and then dissolve into something softer, something you cannot quite name. Along these pathways, at intervals of roughly 7 root lengths apart, hang the lanterns. They are small lanterns, most of them. Small enough that a human hand, if it could somehow reach down through the soil and the centuries and the quiet, might cup one entirely in its palm. They are made of things the forest offers freely, thin slices of amber that have been waiting in the earth since before anyone can remember, and glass that was once river sand, and wire twisted from fallen copper leaves, and tiny hinges no bigger than a moth's wing. Each one holds a flame that is not quite a flame, because it does not flicker in the wind, and it does not need feeding with oil or wax. It simply glows, steadily, warmly, the color of late afternoon in autumn, the color of the inside of a closed eye when the sun is shining. These lanterns have been here longer than the trees above them, and it is Pip's job, Pip's great and quiet and deeply satisfying job, to walk the paths each night and make sure every single one of them is still burning. Pip is a mouse, not a large mouse, even by mouse standards. Small-boned and neat, with fur the color of warm toast. Not the pale, barely there toast that has only been introduced to heat, but the real kind. The kind that has sat in the warmth long enough to turn golden and smell of something good. Pip's ears are round and slightly translucent at the edges, so that when a lantern is held close, you can see the light pass through them. Pink and warm as a seashell held up to a window. Pip's eyes are dark and bright and very calm, the way that deep water is calm, not empty, but full of something still and unhurried. Pip carries a satchel. It is a small satchel, stitched from the lining of an old acorn cap and a scrap of velvet that fell from somewhere long ago and was found at the base of an oak tree on a morning after rain. Inside the satchel, there are things that a lantern keeper needs. A tiny brush made from a single feather for clearing dust from the glass. A vial of something that smells like pine resin and warm honey for polishing the amber panels. A coil of the finest copper wire in case a hinge needs mending, and a small notebook, its pages made from pressed leaves, in which Pip records which lanterns have been tended and which still need attention. There is also, tucked into the very bottom corner of the satchel, a piece of dried apple. For later. Tonight, as every night, Pip begins at the first root. The first root is the root of the oldest oak in the forest, and it is so large that the tunnel it makes when it arches up from the earth and plunges back down again is tall enough for Pip to walk through without ducking. The bark on the inside of this tunnel is smooth and dark, worn by time and by the passage of many small creatures over many long years. And it smells of something ancient and good, of deep earth and old wood, and the particular sweetness that comes from a place that has been warm and sheltered for a very long time. Pip steps into the tunnel and pauses. This is always the first moment of the night, the moment of settling in, and Pip has learned not to rush it. The air inside the root tunnel is different from the air outside. Warmer, softer, carrying the faint mineral smell of soil and the green smell of moss, and something else, something harder to name, that might be the smell of the lanterns themselves. It is the smell of light, perhaps, of warmth that has been held in one place for a very long time. Above, through the layers of soil and root and leaf litter, Pip can hear the rain. It started sometime in the late afternoon, a soft and steady rain that has no intention of stopping anytime soon. It is the kind of rain that settles in for the night, that makes itself comfortable, that drums gently on the leaves and fills the small hollows in the bark, and runs in thin silver threads down the sides of the trees. From down here, it sounds like something between music and breathing, a low, continuous sound that is not quite rhythm and not quite melody, but is deeply, profoundly soothing. It is the sound of the world being washed clean, the sound of everything being gently, patiently tended. Pip listens to it for a moment, standing just inside the entrance of the first root tunnel, one small paw resting against the smooth bark of the wall. Then, with a quiet breath, Pip begins to walk. The first lantern hangs at the first junction, where the main root tunnel branches into 3 smaller passages. It is one of the oldest lanterns on the path, older than Pip, older than Pip's mother, older perhaps than anyone now living can remember. Its amber panels have deepened over the years to a color that is almost red, almost orange, the color of embers in a fire that has been burning for a long time and has settled into itself. The light it casts is warm and low and very steady, and it makes the walls of the tunnel glow like the inside of a pumpkin. Pip takes out the small feather brush and dusts the glass panels carefully, working around the edges where dust tends to collect in the tiny grooves of the wire frame. The dust comes away in soft puffs, catching the light as it falls, each tiny particle glowing for a moment before settling on the floor of the tunnel. Pip watches this happen with the quiet pleasure of someone who has done this task many hundreds of times and has never once stopped finding it beautiful. The lantern, freshly dusted, seems to glow a little brighter. Pip makes a small mark in the notebook, a tiny check, neat and precise, and moves on. The left-hand passage slopes gently downward, following the angle of the root as it dips deeper into the earth. The floor here is covered in moss, a thick and springy moss that is very dark green in the lantern light, almost black at the edges where the light does not quite reach. Walking on it is like walking on something between velvet and cloud. There is a slight give to each step, a softness underfoot that makes the whole business of walking feel more like floating. Pip's footsteps make almost no sound at all, only the faintest whisper of movement, the softest possible suggestion of a small creature passing through. On either side of the passage, the roots have grown in ways that have made small shelves and alcoves in the walls. Some of these are empty. Some hold things that have been left there over the years. A smooth river stone, a dried flower, a tiny clay pot, no bigger than a thimble, its glaze the color of a winter sky. No one leaves these things deliberately, or rather, no one remembers leaving them. They simply appear, the way that certain things appear in old and well-loved places, accumulating quietly over time until they become part of the place itself. Pip passes them all with a small nod of acknowledgement, the way you might nod to familiar faces in a village you have lived in all your life. The second lantern is at the bottom of the slope, where the passage levels out and widens into something almost like a room. This is one of Pip's favorite places on the whole route. A natural chamber formed by the meeting of three great roots, their surfaces worn smooth and pale, their shapes curving overhead like the ribs of some enormous sleeping creature. The floor of the chamber is covered in the same dark moss, and in the center of it, hanging from a hook that was driven into the wood so long ago that the wood has grown around it and made it part of itself, is the second lantern. This lantern is larger than the first. Its panels are made of glass rather than amber, and the glass has a slight green tint to it, so the light it casts has a quality that is different from the warm orange glow of the first lantern. Cooler, softer, the color of light filtered through leaves. It makes the chamber feel like the inside of a forest, which is appropriate, Pip has always thought, given that it is, in a sense, exactly that. Pip dusts this lantern too, and polishes the glass panels with a small cloth dampened with the pine resin and honey mixture from the vial in the satchel. The smell of it fills the chamber, sweet and sharp and clean, like a forest after rain, which is also appropriate, because above them, the rain is still falling, still drumming its patient rhythm on the world above. While working, Pip hums. It is not a song exactly, more like the memory of a song, a tune that has been hummed so many times that it has lost its words and kept only its shape, the rise and fall of it, the way it moves through the air. It is a very old tune. Pip learned it from a grandmother, who learned it from her grandmother, and so on back through generations of lantern keepers, all of them walking these same paths, tending these same lights, humming this same wordless melody into the warm and quiet dark. The lantern seems to respond to it, or perhaps that is only the imagination. But the light does seem to pulse very slightly, very gently, in time with the humming. A slow, warm brightening and dimming, like a breath, like a heartbeat, like the rhythm of something deeply and contentedly alive. Beyond the chamber, the passage narrows again and begins to wind. This is the part of the route that Pip thinks of as the wandering way, because it does not go in any direction that can be easily described. It curves left, and then right, and then left again. And sometimes it slopes upward, and sometimes it dips down. And the roots that form its walls and ceiling are smaller here, more numerous, interlaced in patterns that are almost like weaving. Between them, in the gaps, you can see the dark earth. Not frightening dark, but the dark of something sleeping. The dark of a room with the curtains drawn and a fire burning low. The lanterns along the wandering way are smaller than the ones in the main passages. They hang from the interlaced roots at irregular intervals, some of them no bigger than a walnut. Their light so small and warm that each one seems less like a lantern and more like a thought. A single, quiet, glowing thought, held in place by wire and amber, and the patient work of whoever made it long ago. Pip tends each one in turn. There is something meditative about this part of the route. The narrowness of the passage, the closeness of the walls, the soft moss underfoot, the small, repeated task of dusting and polishing and checking. It all combines into something that feels less like work and more like a kind of moving stillness. Pip's mind quiets. The thoughts that were there at the beginning of the night, the small worries and wonderings that accumulate during the day, begin to settle, the way that sediment settles in a jar of water when you stop shaking it and simply let it rest. Above, the rain continues. It has settled into a deeper rhythm now, a slower pulse, the kind of rain that has been falling long enough to have forgotten that it was ever not falling. It fills the world above with a sound like breathing, like the slow and steady breathing of something very large and very peaceful. Pip listens to it as the wandering way winds on, and finds it deeply comforting. The knowledge that the rain is up there, doing its quiet work, washing the leaves and filling the streams and soaking into the earth. While down here, the lanterns burn on, warm and steady, untouched by any of it. The wandering way eventually opens into the first of the hidden villages. Pip always slows here, always takes a moment to simply stand at the entrance and look. The village is called Rootholm, and it has been here for a very long time. It is built into and around the base of a cluster of old beeches, their roots so large and so intertwined that they have created a natural architecture, walls and arches and overhangs and sheltered spaces that the inhabitants of Rootholm have over many generations shaped and furnished and made into homes. The houses are small, of course. Everything here is small. but they are beautifully made, with doors of polished wood and windows of thin sliced mica that lets the light through in a warm, slightly golden way, and roofs of layered bark and moss that are, in their own way, as elegant as any tiled roof in any human town. At this hour, Rootholm is sleeping. Every window is dark. Every door is closed. The small paths between the houses are empty, the smooth-worn earth of them gleaming faintly in the light of the lanterns that line the main thoroughfare. Lanterns that Pip tends on every circuit, and which are tonight burning beautifully, their warm light pooling on the ground and climbing the walls of the houses, and making the whole village look like something from a dream, which it is in a way. Or rather, it is the thing that makes dreams possible, because this is what the lanterns do. Not just light the paths, not just warm the tunnels, but something more than that. Something that is harder to explain. The light they cast seeps upward through the soil, through the roots, through the layers of earth and leaf and time, and it reaches the sleeping world above. It does not reach it as light, not as anything you could see or measure. It reaches it as something else, as warmth, perhaps, as a quality of the dark that makes it feel safe rather than empty, as the particular comfort of knowing, even in sleep, even in the deepest and most wordless part of sleep, that somewhere below you, something is burning steadily and will not go out. This is why the lanterns matter. This is why Pip walks the paths every night, in rain and in stillness, in the deep of winter and the warmth of summer, tending each small flame with the same careful attention, the same quiet devotion. Pip moves through Rootholm slowly, checking each lantern along the thoroughfare. They are all burning well tonight, all except one, near the far end of the village, which has dimmed slightly, its light more amber than gold, its warmth a little less than it should be. Pip takes out the polishing cloth and works on the panels carefully, and after a few minutes, the lantern brightens again, its light steadying and warming until it matches the others. Pip makes a note in the notebook. Third lantern, east end of Rootholm thoroughfare, dimming, tended, watch. Beyond Rootholm, the path descends again, following a long route that angles down toward the place where the underground stream runs. Pip can hear it before reaching it, a soft, continuous sound, lower than the rain above, more intimate, the sound of water moving over smooth stones in a space that has been shaped by water over a very long time. It is one of the most comforting sounds Pip knows. There is something about the constancy of it, the way it never stops, never varies, never hurries or slows. It simply flows, as it has always flowed, as it will always flow, indifferent to everything except the gentle pull of gravity and the shape of the stones beneath it. The stream runs through a passage that is wider than most of the tunnels on the route, its ceiling high enough that Pip can see it only dimly in the lantern light. A dark arch above, hung with the thin white threads of roots that have grown down toward the water. The stream itself is narrow, no wider than Pip is tall, and it runs in a channel worn smooth by centuries of flowing. The water is very clear and very cold, and in the lantern light, it catches the glow and throws it back in shifting patterns on the walls and ceiling. Moving light, living light, the only light on the whole route that is not still. Pip sits on the bank for a moment. This is allowed. This is, in fact, part of the route. Not officially, not written in any notebook, but understood. Every lantern keeper who has walked this path has sat here for a moment, at this spot, beside this stream. It is one of those things that becomes tradition, not because anyone decided it should be, but because it is simply the right thing to do. The stream asks for it in its quiet way. The place asks for it. Pip sits and listens. The water moves over the stones with a sound that is almost like whispering. Not words, not anything that could be translated, but the shape of words, the rhythm of them, the rise and fall of something that has been saying the same thing for a very long time and has no intention of stopping. Pip does not try to understand it. Understanding is not the point. The point is simply to be here, to be still, to let the sound of the water and the warmth of the lanterns and the distant rhythm of the rain above all settle into the same quiet place inside. After a while, it might be a few minutes, it might be longer. Time moves differently beside the stream. Pip stands, adjusts the satchel, and moves on. The path on the far side of the stream leads into a part of the underground world that Pip thinks of as the deep roots. The trees above this section are the oldest in the forest. Not the oldest in the way that can be measured by rings or height, but the oldest in the way that can only be felt. The way you feel the age of a place in the quality of its silence, in the particular weight of the air, in the sense that the ground beneath your feet has been walked on by so many feet over so many years that it has absorbed something of all of them. The roots here are enormous. Some of them are as wide as Pip is tall, their surfaces dark and deeply furrowed, their shapes twisted into forms that suggest, without quite being, faces and hands and the outlines of sleeping figures. Pip has walked past them hundreds of times, and still sometimes catches a glimpse of something in the corner of one eye, a curve that looks like a cheek, a hollow that looks like a closed eye, and feels a small, warm shiver of something that is not quite recognition and not quite wonder, but is somewhere between the two. The lanterns in the deep roots are different from the ones elsewhere on the route. They are older, for one thing, much older. Their amber panels so deep in color that they are almost brown. Their wire frames green with age. Their hooks grown into the wood so completely that they seem to have always been there, to have grown there, to be as much a part of the root as the bark itself. And the light they give is different too. Not brighter, not warmer exactly, but deeper, richer. The kind of light that seems to come from inside things rather than from outside them. The kind of light that makes everything it touches look as though it has a secret it is very happy to keep. Pip tends these lanterns with particular care. The brush moves slowly over the amber panels, clearing away the fine dust that accumulates even here, even in this still and sheltered place. The polishing cloth works in small circles, bringing up the warmth of the amber until it glows from within. Each lantern, tended, seems to settle into itself a little more deeply, to burn a little more steadily, to cast its light a little more generously into the surrounding dark. It is slow work and quiet work, and Pip loves it. It is somewhere in the middle of the deep roots section that Pip first notices something unusual. Not alarming, not frightening, only unusual. One of the lanterns is dark. Pip stops. This happens sometimes. Lanterns dim, lanterns fade. Lanterns occasionally go out entirely and need to be relit with the small ember stone that Pip carries in the satchel for exactly this purpose. It is not common, but it is not unheard of. Pip has relit perhaps a dozen lanterns over the years, and each time it has been a simple matter. A few moments with the ember stone, a careful breath, and the flame catches again and burns as steadily as ever. But this lantern is not simply dim. It is completely dark, and the darkness around it has a quality that is different from ordinary darkness. Not threatening, not cold, but somehow more complete than it should be, as though the absence of light here is not just the absence of this one lantern, but the absence of something else as well, something harder to name. Pip approaches slowly, holding up the small lantern that hangs from the satchel strap. A personal lantern, much smaller than the path lanterns. Just enough light to work by. The dark lantern is intact. Its panels are unbroken, its frame undamaged, its hook still firmly in the wood. There is no obvious reason for it to have gone out. Pip examines it carefully, turning it gently on its hook, checking the panels and the frame and the small mechanism inside that holds the flame. Everything is as it should be. And yet, the flame is gone, as completely as though it had never been there. Pip takes out the ember stone and relights it. The flame catches immediately, blooming up inside the amber panels with a warmth and steadiness that suggests it has been waiting, only waiting, for someone to come and wake it. The light spreads out into the passage, and the unusual quality of the darkness retreats, and everything looks as it should look, warm and amber and deeply, quietly alive. Pip exhales slowly, and then, in the circle of light cast by the newly relit lantern, notices something on the floor of the passage. A feather. It is a small feather, not much longer than Pip's forearm, and it is very dark. Not black exactly, but the color of something that has absorbed a great deal of darkness over a long time. The color of deep water at night, of the sky between stars. It is a beautiful feather in its way. Its edges are very clean, its shaft very straight, and it lies on the moss floor of the passage with a kind of deliberateness, as though it has been placed there rather than fallen. Pip picks it up carefully and turns it in the lantern light. It is unlike any feather Pip has seen before. The birds of the forest above, the owls and the nightjars, and the small brown birds that sleep in the hedgerows, none of them have feathers quite like this. This feather seems to belong to something else, something that Pip cannot immediately place, something that lives, perhaps, in a part of the forest that Pip has not yet visited, or perhaps in a part of the world that is further away than that. It is not frightening. It is only interesting. Quietly, gently interesting. The way that a new door in a familiar house is interesting, or a path you have never noticed before in a wood you thought you knew. Pip tucks the feather carefully into the satchel beside the piece of dried apple and makes a note in the notebook. Lantern 17. Deep roots. East passage. Extinguished. No visible damage. Relit. Dark feather found on floor nearby. Unknown origin. Note for further attention. Then Pip moves on. The path beyond the dark lantern winds upward for a while, following a route that angles toward the surface. And as it rises, the air changes, becomes slightly cooler, slightly fresher, carrying more of the rain smell from above. The moss on the walls thins out and is replaced by something paler, a lichen that grows in flat, circular patches and glows very faintly in the lantern light. A cool blue-white that is quite different from the warm amber of the lanterns and makes the passage look for a stretch, like the inside of something underwater. Pip finds this section of the route particularly beautiful. The lichen light and the lantern light mix in ways that are always slightly different, always slightly surprising. Sometimes the amber wins, and the passage glows warm and golden. And sometimes the lichen light is stronger, and everything takes on that cool underwater quality. And sometimes they are perfectly balanced, and the light is something that has no name, something between warm and cool, between amber and blue, between the light of fire and the light of the moon. Tonight, with the rain above and the particular quality of the air, the lichen light is stronger than usual. The passage glows softly blue-white, and the lanterns along it seem to burn more warmly by contrast, their amber light richer and deeper against the cool background. Pip walks slowly, looking at it all, feeling the particular pleasure of a familiar thing seen in a slightly new way. At the top of the rise, the passage opens into a small chamber that Pip thinks of as the listening room, because of what you can hear there. The listening room is directly beneath a place where several large roots converge, and the convergence has created a natural acoustic space, a dome of wood and earth that collects sounds from above and channels them downward in a way that makes them clearer and more present than they are anywhere else on the route. Standing in the listening room, you can hear the forest above with a clarity that is almost startling. Tonight, Pip stands in the center of the room and listens. The rain first, always the rain. Tonight, its steady drumming on the leaves and the bark and the surface of the earth, its patient and unhurried rhythm. But beneath the rain, other sounds. The creak of a branch somewhere above, moving in a wind that is too gentle to be felt down here. The distant, very faint sound of an owl. Not a call exactly, more like the sound of wings, the soft percussion of feathers against air. And further away still, so faint that it might be imagination, the sound of bells. Pip tilts both round ears toward the sound. Yes, bells. Very distant, very soft. The kind of sound that is more felt than heard. A vibration in the air that resolves, if you are very still and very attentive, into something with pitch and rhythm. 3 notes repeated. A pattern that Pip knows. It is the bell of the candle workshop, which is on the far side of the forest, in the part of the underground world that Pip does not reach until much later in the night. The candle workshop rings its bell at the 3rd hour, when the night is deepest and the work is at its most intense. The sound of it, reaching Pip here in the listening room, means that the night is going well, that the work is proceeding as it should, that somewhere on the other side of the forest, other small and careful hands are doing their own quiet work. Pip listens until the bells fade, then moves on. The path from the listening room descends again, steeply this time, following a route that plunges almost straight down before leveling out in a passage that runs roughly parallel to the underground stream, though further from it, close enough to hear it, faintly, but not close enough to see it. The sound of the water is a constant companion along this stretch, a soft and steady undercurrent beneath the silence of the passage. And Pip finds it comforting in the way that all constant things are comforting. The way that the sound of rain is comforting, or the sound of breathing, or the sound of a fire that has been burning long enough to have settled into a steady, unhurried rhythm. This section of the route passes through a part of the underground world that is less traveled than the main paths. A network of smaller passages that branch off from the main route and lead to places that are not on Pip's regular circuit, but that Pip knows, at least by reputation. There is a passage to the left that leads eventually to the Amber Caves, where the oldest lanterns of all are kept. Lanterns that have been burning since before the forest was a forest, since before the trees were trees, since before anyone now living can remember. Pip has been to the Amber Caves only once, as a very young mouse, and the memory of it is still vivid. The warmth, the depth of the light, the sense of being in the presence of something very old and very patient and very, very good. There is a passage to the right that leads to the seed vault, where the forest keeps its memories. Not seeds exactly, though there are seeds there too, but other things, smaller things, the kind of things that a forest accumulates over centuries and does not want to lose. Pip has never been to the seed vault. It is not on the route, and the lanterns there are tended by someone else, someone Pip has never met, but whose work Pip has heard about. Careful work, patient work, the work of someone who understands that some things need to be kept in the dark in order to stay alive. Pip passes both passages with a glance and moves on. The second village on the route is called Mosswick, and it is quite different from Rootholm, where Rootholm is built into the roots of beeches, pale wood, smooth surfaces, a certain elegance. Mosswick is built into the roots of oaks, and the oak roots are darker and more gnarled, their surfaces deeply textured, their shapes more dramatic and more various. The houses of Mosswick have grown into and around these shapes rather than imposing on them, so that each house is slightly different from every other, shaped by the particular root it inhabits. And the overall effect is of a village that has not been built so much as grown, that has emerged from the wood and the earth the way that mushrooms emerge, or flowers, following the logic of the place rather than the logic of a plan. Moswick is also sleeping, of course. It is deep in the night now, and the village is as quiet as a held breath. But there is a light in one window, a single window, in a house near the center of the village, where the roots are thickest and the ceiling of the passage is highest. The light is warm and yellow, the light of a candle rather than a lantern, and it flickers slightly in a way that the path lanterns never do. Pip pauses. Someone is awake in Moswick. This is not unusual. There are always a few souls in any village who keep late hours. The worriers, the dreamers, the ones who find the night more comfortable than the day, who do their best thinking in the small hours when the world is quiet and the pressure of other people's wakefulness has lifted. Pip does not know who lives in this particular house, but feels a small warmth of fellow feeling toward them. Whoever they are awake in the deep of the night, keeping their own kind of vigil, tending their own small flame. Pip moves through Moswick quietly, checking the lanterns along the village paths. They are all burning well, all of them, every single one. Their light warm and steady and generous. Pip tends them anyway, dusting and polishing with the same care as always. Because tending is not only about fixing what is broken, it is also about paying attention, about being present, about saying, in the only language that lanterns understand, that you see them, that you are glad they are burning, that their light matters. Near the edge of the village, where the path narrows again and the roots close in, Pip pauses once more. There is a smell here that is different from the usual smell of the passage. Not unpleasant, not alarming, but different. It is a cool smell, a dark smell, the smell of something that has been in a place where there is no light for a long time. It is faint, barely there, and it is gone almost as soon as Pip notices it, replaced by the familiar smell of moss and earth and warm amber. But it lingers in the memory. Pip thinks of the dark feather in the satchel and makes a note in the notebook. Moswick, east exit. Unusual smell. Cool, dark, brief. No visible cause. Note: beyond Moswick, the path winds through a section that Pip thinks of as the garden, though it is not a garden in any conventional sense. It is a stretch of passage where the roots have grown in ways that have created a series of small, sheltered spaces. Not quite rooms, not quite alcoves, but something between the two. And in these spaces, over many years, things have grown. Mosses, of course, in every shade of green, from pale yellow-green to deep blue-green, to a green so dark it is almost black. Ferns, small and delicate, their fronds curling at the tips in the particular way of ferns that have never seen direct sunlight. Tiny flowers, pale and luminous, that bloom only in the dark and have no names that Pip knows of, only the names that Pip has given them privately. The pale ones, the night bells, the small lights. The small lights are Pip's favorites. They are not actually lights. They do not glow, not exactly. But they have a quality of luminosity that makes them seem to hold the light of the lanterns inside them, to absorb it and give it back slowly, so that even in the spaces between lanterns, where the light is dimmest, the small lights seem to shine. They grow in clusters, low to the ground, their petals so thin that they are almost transparent, and they smell of something that Pip has never been able to identify. Something sweet and cool and very faint, like the memory of a smell rather than the smell itself. Pip stops in the garden for a while. This is also allowed. This is also, in its way, part of the route. Not the tending of lanterns, but the tending of attention, the practice of noticing, which is its own kind of work. Pip crouches beside a cluster of small lights and looks at them closely, at the way the lantern light moves through their petals, at the tiny, perfect architecture of each flower, at the way they lean very slightly toward the nearest lantern, the way all growing things lean toward warmth and light. Above, the rain continues. It has been raining for hours now, and the sound of it has become so familiar that it is almost not a sound anymore. It has become part of the texture of the night, part of the background against which everything else happens. But Pip is still aware of it, still finds comfort in it, still feels the particular pleasure of being warm and sheltered while the rain does its work above. After a while, Pip stands and moves on. The candle workshop is on the far side of the forest, as Pip said, and reaching it requires passing through the longest and most winding section of the route, a stretch of passage that follows the course of a very old route for what feels like a great distance, though distances underground are difficult to judge. The route winds and branches and doubles back on itself, and the passage follows it faithfully, so that the journey feels less like walking in a straight line and more like following a thought, one that keeps finding new directions, new possibilities, new small wonders to pause over. The lanterns along this stretch are smaller and more numerous than elsewhere on the route. They hang at shorter intervals, their light overlapping and combining in ways that make the passage feel very warm and very full of light, almost like walking through something liquid, something golden. The walls here are covered in a fine pale moss that catches the light and holds it, so that even the surfaces that are not directly lit seem to glow softly, and the whole passage has a quality of warmth that is almost physical. You can feel it, not just see it. A warmth that seems to come from everywhere at once, from the walls and the floor and the air itself. Pip walks slowly through this section, savoring it. There is a particular lantern here, the 43rd on the route by Pip's count, that has always been Pip's favorite. It is not the largest, or the oldest, or the most beautiful, but it hangs at a slight angle, tilted perhaps 5 degrees from vertical. And this tilt means that the light it casts falls in a slightly different direction from all the others, illuminating a section of wall that would otherwise be in shadow. And on that section of wall, the moss has grown in a pattern that looks, if you are in the right frame of mind, if you are walking slowly and paying attention, like a map. Not a map of any place that Pip can identify, but a map of something, with what might be paths, and what might be rivers, and what might be the outlines of hills, or roots, or the shapes of sleeping things. Pip has looked at this map many times and has never been able to decide what it shows. But it is always interesting to look at, always slightly different, depending on the angle of the light and the state of the moss and the particular quality of attention that Pip brings to it on any given night. Tonight, the map looks different again. There is a section of it toward what might be the center, or might be the east, it is hard to say, where the moss has grown more thickly than before, or perhaps where the light is falling differently, and the pattern there suggests something new. A passage, perhaps, that was not there before, or a room, or simply a different way of reading what was always there. Pip looks at it for a long time, tilting one ear and then the other, the way that helps sometimes when you are trying to understand something that is not quite making sense. Then, with a small, satisfied feeling of having noticed something without needing to understand it, Pip moves on. The candle workshop announces itself before it comes into view. First, the smell. Warm wax and something herbal, something that might be lavender, or might be something that has no name in the world above. Something that grows only in the deep places and smells of warmth and sleep and the particular sweetness of things that are made with care. Then the sound, a soft, rhythmic sound, the sound of small tools working, of something being shaped and smoothed and made. And then, finally, the light. A light that is different from the lantern light, warmer and more varied. The light of many candles burning at once, each one slightly different in color and intensity, so that the whole effect is of something alive and breathing. A light that moves and shifts and changes even as it remains overall steady and warm. The candle workshop is built into the base of the largest root on the entire route. A root so enormous that the workshop occupies only a small portion of the space it creates, the rest being given over to storage and to the long, slow processes that candle making requires. The door is open, as it always is at this hour, and through it, Pip can see the workshop in full operation. There are 3 mice working tonight. Pip knows them all. There is old Bramble, who has been making candles in this workshop for longer than anyone can remember, whose paws are permanently stained with wax, and whose fur smells always of beeswax and lavender, and the particular herbal mixture that goes into the special candles, the ones that are not for light, but for something else. Something that Pip has never quite been able to articulate, but that has to do with the quality of sleep, with the texture of dreams, with the particular warmth that a sleeping person feels when everything is right, and the night is doing what the night is supposed to do. There is Sorrel, who is Bramble's apprentice, and who has been an apprentice for what seems like a very long time, but who is, Pip knows, still learning things that cannot be hurried. The particular temperature at which wax becomes workable without losing its quality. The exact proportion of herbs that gives the special candles their particular effect. The way to read the flame of a finished candle to know whether it has been made correctly. And there is a third mouse, one that Pip does not recognize. This is unusual. The candle workshop is not a place that strangers visit. Not at this hour. Not in the middle of the night's work. Pip pauses in the doorway and looks more carefully. The third mouse is small. Smaller than Sorrel. Smaller even than Pip. And very still, sitting at the far end of the workbench with both paws folded in its lap, watching Bramble work with an expression of complete and absorbed attention. Its fur is a color that Pip cannot quite determine in the candlelight, somewhere between gray and brown, with a quality of depth to it, as though the color goes further in than fur usually does. Its eyes, when it turns briefly toward the door, are very bright and very calm. Bramble looks up and sees Pip. "Ah," says Bramble, in the low, unhurried voice that is Bramble's natural register. A voice that seems to have been shaped by years of working in warm, quiet spaces. "The lantern keeper. Come in, come in." Pip steps inside. The warmth of the workshop is immediate and enveloping. A warmth that is different from the warmth of the lantern passages. More complex, layered with the smells of wax and herbs, and the particular smell of work being done well. The workbench runs the length of one wall, covered in the organized clutter of the craft, molds and wicks, and small pots of wax in various states of readiness. Bundles of dried herbs tied with thread. A row of finished candles standing in a rack, their surfaces smooth and pale, waiting. "This is Wren," says Bramble, nodding toward the small, still mouse at the end of the bench. "Come from the eastern paths, visiting." Wren nods, a small and precise nod, and says nothing. "The eastern paths," Pip says, settling onto a low stool near the door. "I've never been that far." "No," says Bramble, returning to the work. A slow, careful pouring of wax into a mold. The wax moving in a thin, steady stream, catching the candlelight as it falls. Not many have. The paths go a long way east, further than most people know. Pip thinks of the dark feather in the satchel, and of the extinguished lantern in the deep roots, and of the unusual smell near the edge of Mosswick, and thinks, without quite deciding to think it, that the eastern paths might be relevant to all of these things. But it is not the moment to ask. It is the middle of the night, and the work is proceeding. And Wren is watching Bramble with that expression of complete attention. And the candles are being made, and the warmth of the workshop is very good. Pip takes out the piece of dried apple from the satchel and eats it slowly, listening to the sounds of the workshop. The soft pour of wax, the small adjustments of tools, the distant bells that ring again briefly, marking the deepening of the night. After a while, Pip says, "Have you noticed anything unusual on the paths?" Bramble is quiet for a moment, finishing the pour, setting down the small pot with care. "One or two things," Bramble says at last. "A lantern out near the deep roots. Sorrel found it last week." "I found it tonight," Pip says. "Relit it. There was a feather." Bramble nods slowly, as though this is not surprising. As though it is, in fact, something that has been expected. "Dark feather?" Bramble asks. "Yes." Another slow nod. Wren might know something about that. Pip looks at Wren, who is still sitting very still at the end of the bench, but who is now looking at Pip with those bright, calm eyes. "The eastern paths have been having the same thing," Wren says. The voice is quiet and precise, like the nod. Lanterns going out, dark feathers. We don't know what it means yet, but it doesn't feel... A small pause, a careful choosing of words. It doesn't feel like something bad. It feels like something new. Pip considers this. Something new. In a world that has been the same for a very long time, something new is not necessarily alarming. It is only new, requiring attention, requiring the same careful, patient noticing that the lanterns themselves require. "I'll keep watching," Pip says. "Yes," says Wren. "So will we." Pip leaves the candle workshop sometime later. It is hard to say exactly when, because time in the workshop moves differently, shaped by the rhythm of the work rather than by any clock, and steps back into the passage with the warmth of the workshop still clinging, the smell of wax and herbs still present in the fur. The passage outside is very quiet. The rain above has softened further, settling into something barely there, a whisper of rain, a suggestion of rain, the kind of rain that is more mist than water, that hangs in the air rather than falling through it. Pip can hear it only faintly now, a soft and barely there sound that is almost indistinguishable from silence, almost indistinguishable from the sound of the world simply breathing. The lanterns along the passage burn steadily. Pip walks on. The return route is different from the outward route. Not entirely different, not a completely different path, but a different way of walking the same path. On the outward journey, Pip is alert, attentive, looking for problems, checking each lantern with the focused attention of someone doing a job. On the return journey, the job is mostly done. The notebook mostly full. The satchel mostly empty of its supplies. And the walking becomes something else. Something more like wandering. More like simply being in the place. More like the kind of movement that is not going anywhere in particular, but is simply the expression of being alive and present and glad of it. Pip wanders back through the garden, pausing again at the small lights, which seem, if anything, to glow more softly now than they did earlier. A softer, more inward light, as though they are beginning to dream. Pip wanders back through the long, winding passage with the 43rd lantern and looks again at the moss map on the wall and thinks again about the section that looks new, the passage or room, or simply the different way of reading what was always there. Pip wanders back through Mosswick, which is entirely dark now. Even the single lit window has gone dark, its occupant finally surrendered to sleep. And through the passage beyond it, where the unusual smell has entirely dissipated, leaving only the familiar smell of moss and earth and warm amber. Pip wanders back along the stream and sits again for a moment on the bank, listening to the water, which is saying the same thing it always says, in the same patient and unhurried way. And then, slowly, the route winds back toward the first route, toward the beginning, toward the place where the night started. There is one more thing to do before the night is over. At the very end of the route, just before the first route tunnel opens back into the world above, there is a lantern that is different from all the others. It is not the oldest, not the largest, not the most beautiful, but it hangs at the exact point where the underground world meets the surface world, where the root, after its long journey through the earth, finally breaks through the soil and into the air. And because of this, it occupies a particular position. It is the lantern that is closest to the sleeping world above. The lantern whose light, more than any other, seeps upward through the thin layer of soil and leaf litter and reaches the surface. This lantern is called, in the old language of the lantern keepers, the threshold light. Pip tends it last, always, and tends it with particular care. Tonight, the threshold light is burning beautifully, its amber panels glowing with a warmth and depth that seems, in this moment, to contain everything that the night has been. The warmth of the candle workshop, the sound of the stream, the soft glow of the small lights, the distant bells, the rain above, now barely there, now almost silence, the dark feather in the satchel, and the quiet mystery of it, and the sense that the mystery is not frightening, but only interesting, only new, only the beginning of something that will unfold slowly and gently and in its own time. Pip polishes the threshold light with particular care, working slowly around each amber panel, bringing up the warmth of the color until it glows from within. The light it casts fills the end of the tunnel, warm and golden, and Pip stands in it for a moment, with both eyes closed, feeling it on the fur, feeling the warmth of it, the steadiness of it. Above, through the thin layer of soil, the world is sleeping. In houses and burrows and nests and dens, in beds and hollows and warm, sheltered places, the sleeping world is dreaming. And the light of the threshold light is up there with them, not as light, not as anything they can see or name, but as warmth, as safety, as the particular quality of the dark that makes it feel like rest rather than absence. As the knowledge, held somewhere below the level of words, below the level of thought, that something is burning steadily below them and will not go out. Pip makes the last note in the notebook. Threshold light, burning well, all lanterns tended. One relit, deep roots, east passage, lantern 17. Dark feather collected. Unusual smell noted near Mosswick east exit. Wren of the eastern paths reports similar occurrences. Nothing alarming. Something new. To be continued. Then Pip closes the notebook, tucks it into the satchel, and stands for a moment longer in the warm light of the threshold light, listening to the last whisper of the rain above, and the distant sound of the stream, and the very faint, very far away sound of the candle workshop bells ringing once more in the deep of the night. The night is not over. There are still hours before the dawn, still hours before the world above begins to stir, and the sleeping things begin to wake. The lanterns will burn on through all of it, steady and warm and patient, doing their quiet work in the dark. And tomorrow night, and the night after that, and all the nights that follow, Pip will walk the paths again, will dust and polish and check and tend, will sit beside the stream and listen to the water, will pause in the garden among the small lights, will stop at the 43rd lantern and look at the moss map on the wall. And somewhere in all of that, the mystery of the dark feathers will continue to unfold. Slowly, gently, in the way that all the best mysteries unfold. Not with urgency, not with alarm, but with the patient accumulation of small details, small noticing, small moments of understanding that come together eventually into something larger. There are more extinguished lanterns to find, perhaps, more feathers, more conversations in warm workshops in the deep of the night. And somewhere on the eastern paths that Pip has never traveled, there is something new, something that Wren knows about, something that is making its way westward through the underground world, following the lantern paths, leaving its dark and beautiful feathers behind it. But that is for another night. Tonight, the work is done. Pip settles into the small sleeping space at the base of the first root, a hollow in the wood, lined with moss and the softest dried grasses, just large enough for one small mouse to curl into completely. The satchel is hung on its hook. The notebook is set on its shelf. The dark feather is placed carefully on the small ledge above the sleeping space, where it catches the light of the nearest lantern and seems, in that warm amber glow, to be not dark at all, but simply deep. Deep as water, deep as the earth, deep as the particular quality of the night when everything is quiet and everything is well. Pip curls into the hollow. The moss is soft. The air is warm. The lanterns burn on in the passages beyond, their light steady and amber and very, very good. Above, the rain has softened to almost nothing, a breath of moisture in the air, a memory of rain, the world still damp and clean and smelling of everything that rain brings with it. The stream murmurs somewhere in the distance, saying its patient and unhurried thing. The forest above is sleeping, all of it, every tree and root and creature and stone, sleeping in the deep and comfortable dark. And the lanterns burn. They burn in the root tunnels and the mossy passages and the hidden villages and the long winding ways of the deep roots. They burn in the garden among the small lights and beside the stream and at the junction where the wandering way begins. They burn in Rootholm and Mosswick and all the other villages that Pip has not yet visited tonight, tended by other lantern keepers, walking their own routes, doing their own quiet work. They burn at the threshold, where the underground world meets the surface, where their light seeps upward through the soil and reaches the sleeping world above. They burn, and the sleeping world dreams. And Pip, curled in the moss-lined hollow at the base of the first root, with the dark feather on the ledge above, and the notebook on its shelf, and the satchel on its hook, breathes slowly in and slowly out, and listens to the last whisper of the rain, and feels the warmth of the nearest lantern on one small, round, translucent ear, and sleeps. The lantern paths go on for a very long way, further than Pip has yet traveled, further than the eastern paths that Wren spoke of, further than the amber caves, further than the seed vault, further than any map that has yet been made. And somewhere along those paths, in the deep and warm and amber-lit dark, something is moving slowly westward, leaving dark feathers in its wake. But that is a story for another night. For now, the lanterns burn. For now, everything is well. The rain had been falling since late afternoon, soft and steady. The kind of rain that does not hurry. It came down in long, quiet curtains across the rooftops of the village, running in thin silver threads along the gutters, pooling gently in the hollows of the old cobblestones outside. The street was empty now. The baker had closed his shutters hours ago. The post office was dark. The last light in the pub had gone out not long after 9, and the village had settled into itself the way it always did on evenings like this. Quietly, gratefully, like a cat curling into a warm corner. But in the narrow lane just off the market square, behind a low wooden door painted the color of dark moss, one small light still burned. It was the workshop of Edmund Calloway, clockmaker. The light came from a single brass lamp on the workbench. Its flame turned low, casting a warm amber glow across the room. It touched the edges of things softly, the way firelight does, finding the curve of a wooden shelf, the gleam of a brass gear, the spine of an old book propped open beside a cup of tea. The shadows in the corners of the room were not dark or cold. They were the kind of shadows that belong in warm places, soft and still, like the shadows beneath a heavy blanket. Edmund sat at his bench, his back slightly curved, his hands moving with the slow, careful patience of a man who had spent 60 years learning that nothing worth doing needed to be rushed. He was old in the way that certain things become old beautifully, like a well-worn chair, or a river stone, or a piece of music played so many times it has become part of the air itself. His white hair caught the lamplight and held it. His hands broad and steady, moved across the workbench with a kind of quiet authority. Lifting a small brass mechanism, turning it gently, setting it down again. The workshop smelled of many things layered together over many years. There was the clean, faintly sharp scent of clock oil, thin and precise. The kind of smell that belongs to small, careful things. Beneath that was the deeper warmth of polished wood, the shelves and the workbench and the old floorboards. All of it worn smooth and fragrant with decades of care. There was the dusty, papery comfort of old books stacked along the far wall, their spines faded to soft colors, their pages holding the particular warmth that old paper holds. And threading through everything was the smell of wood smoke from the small iron fireplace in the corner, and the faint sweetness of the tea cooling in its cup beside Edmund's elbow. If you were to sit very still in that room, you would notice the sounds before almost anything else. The ticking. It was everywhere, and yet it was not loud. It was the opposite of loud. It was the sound of dozens of small, careful heartbeats, each one slightly different, each one steady and unhurried. The tall grandfather clock near the door ticked with a deep, slow resonance, a sound you felt as much as heard, a low and patient pulse. The carriage clocks on the middle shelf ticked more lightly, a brighter, quicker sound, like the tapping of a small finger on a wooden table. The bracket clocks and the mantel clocks and the little traveling clocks in their leather cases each added their own voice to the room, and together they made something that was not noise at all. It was texture. It was the sound of time moving gently forward, unhurried, untroubled, steady as breathing. And beneath all of it, the fire crackled softly in its grate. Edmund reached for his tea without looking at it. His fingers found the handle of the cup with the ease of long habit, and he lifted it and drank slowly, his eyes still on the small clock movement resting in the leather-lined tray before him. The tea was strong and slightly sweet, the way he had always made it, and it was still warm enough to be comforting. He set the cup down again and picked up a small tool, a tiny screwdriver with a handle worn smooth by years of use. And he leaned forward slightly, bringing the movement closer to the lamp. Outside, the rain continued its quiet conversation with the window panes. It was not a dramatic rain. It did not rattle or pound. It simply fell, steadily and softly, in long threads against the old glass. And the sound it made was one of the most peaceful sounds in the world. A sound that said, without words, that the night was settled, that the world outside was washed and quiet, that there was nowhere to be and nothing to do except be here, in this warm room, listening. Edmund worked without hurry. He had been given this particular clock by a woman in the village, a small carriage clock in a tarnished brass case, its mechanism stiff and reluctant after years of sitting in a drawer. He had cleaned it already, carefully, with soft cloths and the right oils. And now he was adjusting the escapement, the tiny mechanism that controls the release of energy through a clock, that gives it its tick. It was delicate work. It required patience more than skill, though it required skill too. It required a kind of listening, a willingness to feel through your fingertips what the mechanism needed. He turned the small screw a fraction of a degree and waited. The clock ticked once, then again, then settled into a rhythm, quiet and even, joining the chorus of the room. Edmund smiled, just slightly, the way a person smiles when something small goes right. He set the clock gently in its case and reached for his tea again. The fire shifted in the grate, a small collapse of embers, and the light in the room moved briefly, warmly, before settling again. The rain tapped at the window. The clocks ticked on. There is something about a room like this that asks nothing of you. It does not require you to be interesting or useful or awake in any particular way. It simply holds you the way warm water holds you, gently and completely, and asks only that you breathe. Edmund rose from his stool slowly, with the careful deliberateness of a man whose joints had opinions about sudden movements. He crossed to the fireplace and added a small log from the basket beside the hearth, settling it into the embers with the iron poker, nudging it until the fire accepted it and began to work on it quietly. The warmth from the grate reached outward into the room, touching the nearest shelves, the spines of the nearest books, the face of the nearest clock. He stood there for a moment, warming his hands, looking into the fire. The flames were low and steady, orange and amber, and the occasional blue at the base, moving in that slow, hypnotic way that fire moves when it is not in a hurry. Edmund watched them the way he often did in the evenings, not thinking about anything in particular, simply watching, letting his mind rest in the way that minds can rest when they are given something gentle and moving to look at. Then he turned and walked slowly to the window. The glass was old, slightly uneven in the way that old glass is, and the rain on its surface made the street outside look like a watercolor painting, soft and blurred and beautiful. The cobblestones gleamed with reflected light from the lamppost at the corner of the lane. The rooftops across the way were dark and wet, their chimneys sending up thin threads of smoke that dissolved almost immediately into the rain. A cat sat in the doorway of the house opposite, perfectly still, watching the rain with the serene indifference that cats bring to all weather. Edmund watched the cat for a moment. The cat did not watch him back. He returned to his bench. On the shelf directly above his workbench, arranged with the careful attention of a man who loved order, were the clocks he considered his favorites. Not the most valuable necessarily, though some of them were old and fine, but the ones that had over the years come to feel like companions. There was a small bracket clock in a walnut case, its face painted with tiny blue flowers that had belonged to his mother. There was a French carriage clock with a particularly clear, sweet chime that he wound every Sunday morning without fail. There was a small traveling clock in a worn leather case that had come to him from an estate sale decades ago, its provenance unknown, its mechanism perfect. And then there was the one at the end of the shelf. It was not a remarkable-looking clock, a simple wooden mantel clock, its case made of dark oak, its face plain and cream-colored, its hands slender and black. It had no chime. It made no sound beyond its tick, which was softer than most, almost a whisper. Edmund had found it in a box of miscellaneous items at an auction many years ago, and he had brought it home and cleaned it and wound it, and it had ticked ever since, without stopping, without needing adjustment, without ever losing or gaining a single minute. He had never been entirely sure what to make of it, but he had noticed over the years that when he sat near it in the evenings, he felt particularly calm. Not sleepy exactly, though sometimes that too. Simply calm, as though the clock were doing something beyond keeping time, as though it were keeping something else as well, a kind of steadiness, a kind of quiet. He reached up now and touched its case lightly with one finger, the way you might touch the shoulder of a sleeping friend. The wood was warm beneath his hand, warmer than the room perhaps warranted. The tick continued, soft and even, unhurried. Edmund sat back down at his bench. He picked up the next clock, waiting for his attention. A small bracket clock with a loose pendulum suspension spring, and he set it in the leather tray and reached for his tools. The work was simple and familiar. His hands knew what to do. His mind was free to drift, gently, the way a boat drifts on still water when the oars are shipped and there is no particular shore to reach. The rain fell on. Outside, the village slept. The baker was dreaming of flour and morning. The postmistress was dreaming of letters from distant places. The children in the houses along the high street were deep in the particular vivid dreams of childhood, full of color and movement, and the strange logic that only makes sense when you are asleep. The old dog at the farm on the edge of the village was dreaming of running, his paws twitching softly against his blanket. And in the workshop, Edmund worked quietly, and the clocks ticked, and the fire burned low and warm, and the rain said its soft, continuous word against the glass. There is a particular quality to late evening in a place like this, the hours between 10 and midnight, when the world has gone to bed, but the night has not yet reached its deepest point. The air feels different in those hours, thicker somehow, more still, as though time itself has slowed slightly, as though the night is taking its time, as though there is no hurry to reach morning. Edmund felt it, as he always did. He had spent so many evenings in this workshop, through so many seasons, that he had come to know the night the way a sailor knows the sea. He knew the way the fire sounded at different hours. He knew the way the rain changed as the night deepened, becoming softer, more intermittent, until by 2 or 3 in the morning, it was barely more than a mist. He knew the way the clocks sounded in the small hours, when the village was at its quietest, and the ticking seemed to fill the room more completely, as though the silence around it had grown deeper, and the sound had expanded to meet it. He finished with the bracket clock and set it aside. He wound it carefully, feeling the spring tighten beneath his fingers. And then he set the pendulum swinging and listened. The tick was clean and even. He nodded to himself, satisfied. He reached for his tea and found it cold. He rose again, moving to the small spirit stove on the shelf beside the fireplace, where a kettle sat, already filled. He lit the flame beneath it and stood waiting, his hands in his pockets, looking around the room with the quiet pleasure of a man who is exactly where he wants to be. The shelves that lined the walls of the workshop were deep and old, their wood darkened with age and use, and they held not only clocks, but the accumulated evidence of a life spent in careful attention to small things. There were jars of tiny screws, sorted by size. There were rolls of soft cloth for polishing. There were bottles of oil, each labeled in Edmund's small, precise handwriting. There were tools arranged in their holders, each one in its place, each one worn and familiar. There were books, many books, on horology and mechanics and the history of timekeeping, their pages marked with slips of paper, their margins filled with notes. And between all of these things, on every available surface, the clocks. They were of every kind and age and origin, tall and short, plain and ornate, English and French and German and Swiss. Some were very old, their cases dark with age, their faces faded to the color of old cream. Some were newer, their mechanisms more precise, their cases cleaner. Some chimed, and some did not. Some had been in the workshop for years, waiting for parts or attention. Some were here only briefly, passing through on their way back to their owners, cleaned and regulated and set right. Each one ticked. The kettle began to murmur, a low building sound, and Edmund watched it with the patient attention he gave to all things. When it reached a full boil, he lifted it carefully and poured the water over the tea leaves in the small brown pot. And the steam rose in a soft column, and the smell of fresh tea filled the corner of the room, warm and slightly bitter and deeply comforting. He carried his cup back to the bench and sat down again. The fire had settled into a bed of glowing embers now, orange and red, pulsing gently with each small movement of air in the room. It gave off a steady, even heat that reached across the workshop floor and touched the legs of Edmund's stool and the hem of his old cardigan. He could feel it on the side of his face when he turned toward the hearth, a soft warmth, like the warmth of afternoon sun through a window. He picked up the next clock. This one was unusual. He had been given it only last week by a man passing through the village, a traveler of some kind, who had stopped at the workshop door and asked if Edmund could look at it. The man had been pleasant, but vague about where the clock had come from, only saying that it had been in his family for a long time, and that it had recently stopped. It was a small, round clock, no larger than a pocket watch, but designed to sit on a surface. Its case made of a pale, smooth wood that Edmund did not recognize. The face was simple, its numerals in a style he could not quite place to any particular period or country. When he had first opened the case to examine the movement, he had noticed something unusual. The mechanism was unlike any he had seen before, not in its function, which was straightforward enough, but in its quality. Every component was made with a precision that went beyond what was strictly necessary. Every surface was finished to a smoothness that served no mechanical purpose. It was as though whoever had made it had cared not only that it worked, but that it was beautiful in every part, even the parts that would never be seen. Edmund had spent a long time simply looking at it before he touched it. Now he lifted it carefully and set it in the tray. He had already identified the problem, a small piece of debris caught in the escapement, and he had the right tool ready. He worked slowly, with great care, and after a few minutes, he felt the mechanism release, and he set the clock upright and gave the winding arbor a gentle turn. The clock began to tick. It was the softest tick he had ever heard. Not faint exactly, present and clear, but soft in a way that was different from simply being quiet. It was a sound that seemed to come from somewhere slightly further away than the clock itself, as though it were arriving from a gentle distance, like music heard from the next room, or birdsong from the far end of a garden. Edmund sat very still and listened to it. The rain tapped at the window. The fire breathed in its grate. The other clocks ticked their steady chorus. And beneath all of it, or perhaps woven through all of it, the small, pale clock ticked its quiet, distant tick. He felt, sitting there, a particular kind of peace. The kind that does not announce itself. The kind that you only notice when you are already inside it. The way you only notice the warmth of a room when you have been sitting in it long enough for your body to stop remembering the cold outside. He set the clock gently on the shelf beside the others and reached for his tea. The night deepened around the workshop. The rain softened, as it always did in the later hours, becoming lighter and more intermittent, falling now in occasional quiet bursts, and then pausing, as though catching its breath before beginning again. The street outside was completely empty. The lamppost at the corner of the lane cast its small circle of light onto the wet cobblestones, and the light shimmered and shifted as the rain moved through it. Edmund finished his tea and set the cup aside. He had one more clock to look at this evening, a small French carriage clock that needed only regulation, its mechanism sound, but its timekeeping slightly fast. He set it in the tray and made the small adjustment to the regulator, a tiny lever that controls the effective length of the balance spring. And then he wound it and listened. He would check it again in the morning, but he was fairly certain it was right. He had a good ear for these things. He always had. He set it aside and looked around the workshop. The bench was tidy. The tools were in their places. The clocks he had worked on this evening were arranged neatly on the shelf to his left, ready to be returned to their owners or put back in their proper places. The fire was low, but still warm, its embers glowing steadily. The lamp cast its amber light across the room, touching everything softly. Edmund stretched his arms above his head, slowly, feeling the familiar ache in his shoulders that came at the end of a long evening. He was not tired in an unpleasant way. He was tired in the way that comes from doing something you love for many hours. A deep, satisfied tiredness, the kind that makes sleep feel like a reward rather than a surrender. He decided to take a short walk before bed. He did this sometimes, on evenings when the rain was light enough. He would put on his coat and his old hat and walk through the sleeping village for 20 minutes or so, breathing the night air, listening to the quiet. He found it helped him sleep, or perhaps it was simply that he loved the village at night, when it belonged entirely to itself, when there were no cars and no voices and no business being done. Only the old buildings and the old streets and the sky above them. He put on his coat, a heavy wool thing, dark green, worn at the elbows, and his hat, and he opened the low door of the workshop and stepped out into the lane. The air was cool and damp and smelled of rain and wet stone and the faint sweetness of the hawthorn hedge at the end of the lane. The rain had paused for the moment, and the night was very still. Edmund stood for a moment in the doorway, letting his eyes adjust, breathing the cool air slowly. Then he began to walk. The cobblestones were slick and gleaming beneath his feet. His footsteps were quiet, muffled by the dampness. He walked slowly, his hands in his pockets, his breath making small clouds in the cool air. He passed the baker's, its windows dark, the smell of flour and yeast still faintly present even now. He passed the post office, its red door very bright in the lamplight. He passed the old church, its tower dark against the sky, its clock face just visible, the hands showing nearly midnight. He paused and looked up at the church clock. It was a fine old clock, that one. He had maintained it for 30 years. He knew its mechanism the way he knew his own hands. Every year, he climbed the tower and cleaned it and oiled it and checked its regulation. And every year, it continued to keep excellent time, steady and reliable, marking the hours for the village the way it had marked them for 200 years before him, and would mark them for 200 years after. He stood looking at it for a moment, feeling the particular affection he felt for old things that had been well made and well cared for. Then he turned and walked on. The high street was empty and beautiful in the rain-washed night. The shop windows reflected the lamp-posts in long, wavering lines of light. The flower boxes beneath the windows of the tea-room held their sleeping geraniums, their petals closed, their colors muted in the darkness. A fox crossed the road at the far end of the street, unhurried, its tail low, disappearing into the shadow between two buildings without looking back. Edmund watched it go. He walked to the edge of the village, where the last houses gave way to the lane that led out into the fields. And he stood there for a moment, looking out into the darkness. The fields were invisible, but he could feel them. The openness of them, the way the air changed when there were no buildings to hold it. He could hear, very faintly, the sound of the stream that ran along the bottom of the meadow, its voice low and continuous, a sound that had been there long before the village and would be there long after. The rain began again, very softly, barely more than a mist now, settling on his coat and his hat in tiny, cool drops. He turned and walked back. The workshop was warm when he returned, the fire still glowing in its grate, the lamp still burning on the bench. He hung his coat and hat on the hook beside the door and stood for a moment, letting the warmth of the room settle around him again. The clocks ticked their steady chorus. The rain whispered at the window. He added one more small piece of wood to the fire, more for the comfort of it than for the heat. And then he sat down in the old armchair beside the hearth. It was a deep chair, its cushions worn to the exact shape of long use, its arms smooth and dark with years of hands resting on them. Edmund settled into it with the ease of a man returning to a place he knows completely. He looked around the room from this new angle. From the armchair, the workshop looked different than it did from the bench. Softer somehow. The lamp on the bench was further away, its light reaching across the room in a long, warm arc. The shelves of clocks were all visible from here, their faces catching the light at different angles, their hands pointing in their various directions, each one marking the same moment in its own way. Edmund let his eyes move slowly along the shelves. There was the bracket clock with the blue flowers, his mother's clock, ticking its steady, familiar tick. There was the French carriage clock with its sweet chime, silent now until the hour. There was the traveling clock in its leather case, and at the end of the shelf, the small, dark oak clock, the one that had no chime, the one that ticked so softly, the one that made the room feel calm. He looked at it for a long moment. He had thought sometimes about where it had come from. Not the oak clock, but all of them. Every clock in this room had a history, a story of hands that had wound it, and ears that had listened to it, and rooms that had held it. Every clock had been present for things, for mornings and evenings, for meals and conversations, for the ordinary, unremarkable hours that make up most of a life. They had ticked through all of it, steady and unhurried, marking the time without judgment, without preference, without any opinion about whether the hours were good or bad, or fast or slow. There was something deeply comforting about that. Edmund closed his eyes. The ticking surrounded him, gentle and even, a sound like breathing, like the slow pulse of something very large and very calm. The fire crackled softly. The rain moved against the window in its quiet, intermittent way. The smell of the room was all around him. Wood and oil and smoke and tea and old paper. The smell of a life spent in careful, loving attention to small things. He did not sleep, not yet. He simply rested, his hands loose in his lap, his breathing slow, his mind drifting gently through the evening just past. The clocks he had worked on, the walk through the sleeping village, the fox crossing the road, the sound of the stream in the darkness beyond the last houses. He thought about the small, pale clock with its soft, distant tick. He thought about the woman who had brought him the carriage clock from her drawer, and how pleased she would be when he returned it to her, running perfectly again. He thought about the church clock in its tower, marking midnight for the empty street below. He thought about nothing in particular. The fire settled lower in the grate, its embers pulsing with a slow orange light. The lamp on the bench burned steadily. The rain fell on, soft and continuous, the most patient sound in the world. In the workshop of Edmund Calloway, the clocks ticked on. They ticked through the last of the evening and into the deep quiet of the night. They ticked while the village slept, and the rain softened to nothing, and the clouds began very slowly to thin at their edges. They ticked while the fire burned down to a warm, glowing bed of ash. They ticked while Edmund sat in his armchair, his breathing slow and even, his hands still in his lap, his face peaceful in the amber light. Each tick was a small, complete thing, a moment measured and released, a breath of time taken and given back. There was no urgency in it. There was no destination. There was only the steady, gentle movement forward, one tick at a time, unhurried and untroubled, the way a river moves when it has all the time in the world and knows it. The lamp burned low. The room grew quieter still, if such a thing were possible. The ticking settling into the silence, the way music settles into a room after the last note has been played. Present still, felt rather than heard, a vibration in the air and in the walls and in the warm, still space between one breath and the next. The rain had stopped entirely now. Outside, the cobblestones gleamed in the lamplight, clean and still. The rooftops were dark against a sky that had begun at its very edges to show the faintest suggestion of clearing, a thinning of the clouds, a softening of the darkness. The village was completely quiet. Not a sound from any house, not a light in any window. Only the lamppost at the corner of the lane, burning its small, faithful circle of light onto the wet stones below. And in the workshop, the clocks ticked on. They would tick through the night and into the morning. They would tick while the sky lightened, and the birds began their first tentative notes in the hedgerows. They would tick while the baker lit his ovens, and the first thin thread of smoke rose from his chimney. They would tick while the village woke, slowly and gently, the way villages wake on mornings after rain, with a particular freshness in the air, and a particular quality of light on the wet rooftops and the gleaming street. But that was morning, and morning was a long way away. For now, there was only the workshop, and the warmth, and the ticking, and the deep, settled quiet of a night that had found its rest. Edmund breathed slowly in his chair. The clocks kept time, and the night held everything gently, the way it always does, the way it always has, patient and soft and endlessly, quietly kind. The workshop rests now. The fire breathes. The clocks tick on. And there is nothing left to do but let the sound carry you, slowly and gently, into the deep and peaceful dark. There is a palace. It sits at the edge of a great, dark forest, on the top of a gentle hill. And tonight, the moon is full and low and heavy in the sky. Like a lantern someone has hung just for you. The palace is made of pale stone, the kind of stone that holds the warmth of the day long after the sun has gone. And if you were to press your hand against its walls right now, you would feel that warmth radiating slowly, steadily, into your palm. Inside the palace, everything is still. The great halls are quiet. The fires in the hearths have burned down to soft orange embers, glowing gently in the dark. Breathing in and out, in and out, like something alive and peaceful. The tapestries on the walls hang without moving. The long wooden tables are empty and clean. The stone floors are cool and smooth beneath bare feet. And at the very top of the palace, at the end of a long corridor lined with tall, narrow windows, there is a door, a simple door made of dark wood, with a handle worn smooth by many, many hands over many, many years. Behind that door, 12 sisters are waking, not with alarm, not with urgency, but slowly, the way you wake from a dream you don't want to leave, blinking softly, stretching gently, feeling the night air on your skin, and knowing without words that it is time. The eldest sister rises first. She sits at the edge of her bed for a long moment, her feet resting on the cool stone floor, her eyes still soft with sleep, and she breathes. One long, slow breath in, and one long, slow breath out. She reaches for her cloak, a deep, midnight blue, the color of the sky just before the very last light disappears. And she wraps it around her shoulders without hurrying. One by one, her sisters stir. The second sister, the third, the fourth. They move through the room like water, quietly, without collision, each one finding her cloak, her soft slippers, her place in the gentle procession forming near the door. They do not speak. There is no need for words tonight. There is only the soft sound of fabric settling, the barely there whisper of slippered feet on stone, and the slow shared breath of 12 people who know exactly where they are going and why. The youngest sister is the last to rise. She is small and quiet, even among her quiet sisters, and she stands for a moment at the window, before joining them, looking out at the moon, at the silver light it pours across the hillside, at the dark tree line, at the edge of the world. She places one hand flat against the cold glass, and she smiles. Then she turns and joins her sisters at the door. The eldest sister opens the door. It swings inward without a sound, and beyond it, where you might expect to find only the corridor, there is instead a staircase, a stone staircase leading downward. It was always there, beneath the floor, beneath the ordinary world of the palace, waiting patiently in the dark. The stairs are wide and shallow, each step only a few inches deep, so that descending them feels less like climbing down and more like drifting, like sinking slowly through warm water. The walls on either side are smooth and cool, and if you let your fingertips trail along them as you walk, you can feel the faint texture of the stone, the tiny ridges and hollows left by time. Each one a small, quiet story. The eldest sister goes first, then the second, then the third. One by one, the 12 sisters begin their descent, and the sound of their footsteps on the stone is the softest sound you have ever heard. A whisper, a breath, a heartbeat. Step, step, step. The staircase curves gently to the left and then to the right, and the light from above fades slowly, not into darkness, but into a softer kind of light, a blue-gray light, the light of deep underground, of places that have never seen the sun, and yet are somehow not dark. The air changes as you descend. It becomes cooler, cleaner. There is a faint scent here, something like rain on stone, something like the inside of a very old library, something like the moment just before sleep, when the world goes soft at the edges, and your thoughts begin to drift apart like clouds. You breathe it in, and something in your chest loosens. The sisters continue downward. There is no rush. There has never been any rush here. The staircase seems to go on for a long time, longer than should be possible, as though it is descending not just through the earth beneath the palace, but through something else entirely, through the ordinary world and into another one. Step, step, step. Your body is heavy and warm. Your breath is slow and even. The sound of your own heartbeat is very clear to you now, steady and calm, keeping time with the footsteps on the stone. Step, step, step. And then the staircase ends, not abruptly, not with a door or a gate or any kind of threshold you have to cross. It simply opens. The last step widens into a path, a smooth, pale path of white stone, and the path leads forward into a forest. But not a forest like any you have seen before. The trees here are silver, not painted silver. Not silver in the way that moonlight makes ordinary things look silver. These trees are silver. Their trunks are the color of old mirrors, smooth and cool and faintly reflective, so that as you walk among them, you can see yourself and your sisters moving in the curved surfaces of the bark, distorted gently, like reflections in still water. And the leaves, oh, the leaves, they are thin as paper, and they catch the light from somewhere above, some sourceless, gentle light that fills this underground world, like the light inside a pearl, and they glow. Each leaf glows with its own soft silver light, and they move, not because of wind. There is no wind here, but because of something else, some slow internal rhythm, some breathing of the forest itself. They tremble, and when they tremble, they make a sound, the softest sound, a sound like the very faintest chime you have ever heard, like a single note played on a glass instrument, so high and so pure that you feel it more than hear it. Feel it in the back of your teeth, in the space behind your eyes, in the slow, warm center of your chest. Clink. A pause. Clink. Another pause. Clink, clink. The silver leaves are singing, not a song with melody or structure, but a song of pure, random, perfect sound, each leaf chiming in its own time, so that the forest is filled with a constant, shifting, overlapping shimmer of sound. It is the most peaceful sound you have ever heard. The sisters walk into the silver forest, and you walk with them. The path winds gently between the silver trunks, and the light from the leaves falls on your skin like cool water, and the sound of the chiming fills the air around you so completely that there is no room left for any other thought. Only this, only the silver light, only the silver sound, only the slow, steady rhythm of your own breathing, in and out, in and out, perfectly in time with the trembling of the leaves. Clink, clink, clink. You walk deeper into the silver forest, and the world above, the ordinary world, grows very, very far away. The gold forest and the still, dark lake. You are still walking. There is no hurry. There has never been any hurry here. The silver trees continue on either side of you, their trunks smooth and cool, their leaves chiming softly in that sourceless, gentle rhythm, and the path beneath your feet is pale and smooth and easy. Your body feels heavier now, not in an uncomfortable way, in the way that a body feels when it has finally, truly let go of the day, when the muscles have stopped holding, when the jaw has unclenched, when the shoulders have dropped away from the ears and settled back into their natural, easy place. That kind of heavy, the good kind. The sisters walk ahead of you and around you, their dark cloaks moving slowly through the silver light. And there is something deeply comforting about being among them. about being part of this quiet procession, about knowing that everyone here is moving toward the same thing: rest, stillness, the particular peace that only comes in places like this, places that exist just beyond the edge of the ordinary world, places that ask nothing of you except that you arrive. The silver leaves chime. Clink, clink, clink. You breathe in, you breathe out, and then, gradually, so gradually that you almost don't notice it at first, the silver begins to change. The trunks of the trees, still smooth, still cool, begin to take on a different quality of light, a warmer quality, where the silver trees reflected a cool blue-white light. These new trees seem to hold a light of their own, a deep amber light, a golden light, the color of late afternoon sun through closed eyelids, the color of firelight seen from across a room, the color of warmth itself. Gold. The trees are gold, not the harsh, bright gold of coins or jewelry. This is a softer gold, an ancient gold, the gold of things that have been beautiful for a very long time and know it, and are at peace with it. The trunks of these trees are wider than the silver ones, and their bark has a texture like hammered metal, thousands of tiny facets, each one catching the light at a slightly different angle, so that as you walk past them, they seem to shift and breathe, the light moving across their surfaces in slow, rolling waves, like the surface of a very calm sea, like the slow rise and fall of a sleeping chest. The path beneath your feet has changed too. It is warmer now, not hot, just warm. The way a stone feels after a long summer day, and that warmth rises through the soles of your feet, travels up through your ankles, your calves, your knees, settling into your hips and your lower back, like a gentle hand pressing you toward rest. You feel it in your spine, a slow spreading warmth, and the leaves of the gold trees. The leaves are different from the silver ones. They are larger, rounder, and they do not chime. They make a different sound entirely, a lower sound, a sound like the very softest breath of wind through tall grass, or the sound of a fire that has burned down to its quietest, most contented state, a low, continuous, barely there hush. Not silence, but the sound that lives just at the edge of silence, the sound that silence makes when it is very, very full. Hush, hush, hush. The gold leaves move in that same slow, internal rhythm, and their light falls on the path in shifting, overlapping pools, so that walking through the gold forest is like walking through a room full of candles, warm and soft and endlessly, gently flickering. The sisters slow their pace here. If they were walking slowly before, they are walking even more slowly now. Each step is deliberate. Each step is a small act of surrender to the warmth and the light and the low, hushing sound of the gold leaves. You slow too. There is no reason to hurry. The forest will wait for you. It has always waited. It will always wait. You let your eyes go soft, not closed, just soft, so that the gold light blurs at the edges, and the trees become warm, glowing shapes on either side of you. And the path ahead is a river of pale warmth, leading you forward. Always forward, always gently forward. Hush, hush, hush. The gold forest is older than the silver one. You can feel it. There is a quality to the air here, a density, a richness, the way the air feels inside a very old building, or a very old library, or a very old garden that has been tended with love for longer than anyone can remember. It is the air of accumulated peace, of years and years and years of quiet, of a place that has never known urgency, never known noise, never known the particular exhaustion that comes from being asked to be more than you are. You breathe it in, and it fills you, not with energy, with something better than energy, with ease. The kind of ease that lives in the body when the mind has finally agreed to be still. The sisters have spread out a little now, each one moving through the gold light at her own pace, each one in her own private communion with the warmth and the sound and the slow breathing beauty of this place. The eldest sister has her eyes half closed. Her hands are loose at her sides. Her cloak trails slightly behind her on the warm path. The youngest sister has stopped entirely for a moment, standing between two great gold trunks, her face tilted upward toward the canopy of gold leaves above, watching the light move through them, watching the slow shifting patterns of gold on gold on gold. She stands there for a long time, and no one hurries her. There is no hurrying here. You stand with her for a moment. You look up too. The canopy of gold leaves stretches above you like a ceiling made of light, and through the gaps between the leaves, you can see not sky, but a deeper darkness, a soft, velvety darkness, the darkness of deep underground. And it is not frightening. It is the most comforting darkness you have ever seen. It is the darkness of a room with the curtains drawn, the darkness of a space that has been made safe and warm and quiet specifically for you. You breathe in. The gold light moves. The leaves hush, 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 hush. The gold forest thins. Gradually, the trees grow a little further apart, the light between them a little wider, and the path begins to slope very gently downward. And then you hear it, or rather, you feel it. A stillness, a particular quality of silence that is different from the silence of the forest. Deeper, wider. The silence of open space. And then the trees part entirely, and you are standing at the edge of a lake, a still, dark lake. It is the most still body of water you have ever seen. There is not a ripple on its surface, not a breath of movement. It lies before you like a piece of the night sky that has fallen gently to earth and decided to stay. Perfectly flat, perfectly dark, perfectly, impossibly still. The gold light from the forest behind you touches the near edge of the lake, and where it does, the water holds that gold, reflects it back in a long, trembling ribbon of warmth that stretches from the shore to the center of the lake, and then dissolves into the dark. The sisters gather at the edge. They stand for a moment in silence, looking out across the water, and the water looks back. At the far edge of the lake, barely visible in the dark, there is a shore, and beyond that shore, a light. A cold, white light, a light like starlight, like the light inside a crystal, like the light that lives at the very heart of a diamond. The third forest. But first, the lake. There are boats. 12 of them. Small, narrow boats, made of dark wood so old it has gone almost black. Each one fitted with a single cushioned seat, each one resting motionless on the motionless water, as though they have been waiting here since the beginning of time, which perhaps they have. The sisters step into their boats, one by one. Each movement is slow and careful, not from fear, but from a deep, instinctive respect for the stillness of the water. No one wants to disturb it. No one wants to break the perfect dark mirror of the lake's surface. You step into your own boat. You feel it settle beneath you. A tiny, barely perceptible shift, and then stillness again. You sit. The cushion beneath you is soft. The sides of the boat are smooth under your hands. And the lake is so still, so perfectly, completely still. The boats begin to move, not because anyone is rowing, not because of any visible force. They simply move, slowly, silently, drawn forward across the dark water by something gentle and inevitable. The way sleep draws you forward, the way a deep breath draws the tension out of your body, slowly, without effort, without resistance. The shore behind you recedes. The gold light of the forest grows softer, more distant, a warm glow at the edge of the dark. And ahead, the cold white light of the diamond forest grows slowly, slowly, closer. The water beneath you is perfectly black, and perfectly still, and perfectly silent. You look down at it, and you see your own reflection, looking back at you, calm, still, at rest. The boats move forward, slowly, silently, steadily. The lake holds you. The dark holds you. The stillness holds you, and you let it. the diamond forest, and the slow, swaying dance. The boat touches the far shore so gently that you almost don't feel it. There is no bump, no scrape of wood on stone, just a barely there slowing, a settling. And then stillness. You are here. You step out of the boat onto a shore of pale, smooth stone, and the stone is cool beneath your feet. And the air here is different from the air on the other side of the lake. It is cooler, cleaner. There is a quality to it, like the air after rain, or the air at the very top of a high place, thin and clear, and carrying nothing in it but itself. You breathe it in, and your mind, which has been growing quieter and quieter since you first stepped onto the stone staircase, grows quieter still. The sisters are gathering on the shore around you. Their cloaks settle around them in the still air. Their faces are soft and open, the particular openness of people who have left everything they were carrying somewhere far behind them and have not yet decided whether to pick it up again. They won't. Not tonight. Tonight, there is only this: the shore, the cool air, and ahead, the diamond forest. You see it before you fully understand what you are seeing, because the diamond forest does not look like a forest at first. It looks like light, like someone has taken all the light in the world, every kind of light, starlight and moonlight, and the light inside a raindrop, and the light that comes through a prism, and the light that lives at the bottom of a very clear, very cold stream, and gathered it all together in one place. And then you see the trees. They are made of crystal, or something like crystal, something that has the clarity of crystal, the hardness of crystal, the way crystal holds light and bends it and gives it back, changed. But these trees are alive. You can feel it, the way you can feel the aliveness of a very old stone, or a very deep body of water, or a night sky full of stars. They are alive in the way that ancient things are alive, slowly, deeply, without urgency. The trunks of the diamond trees are perfectly clear, and through them you can see the trees behind them, and the trees behind those, so that the forest seems to go on forever in every direction, an infinite recession of crystal and light, each tree a lens through which you see another tree, and another, and another, until the eye gives up trying to find the end and simply rests. And the leaves of the diamond forest are the most beautiful things you have ever seen. They are flat and clear, like pieces of the thinnest, most perfect glass, and they are cut or grown into shapes of impossible intricacy, each one different, each one perfect. And when the sourceless light of this underground world passes through them, it breaks. It breaks into colors, every color. Colors you have names for: red and gold and blue and green and violet. And colors you don't have names for. Colors that live between the named colors. Colors that you have only ever seen before in dreams. These colors fall on the path before you. They fall on your hands. They fall on the cloaks of the sisters walking beside you. And they move as the leaves tremble, as they shift in that slow, internal rhythm. The colors move with them, sliding across the ground, drifting across your skin, changing, always changing, but slowly, so slowly, like watching clouds move on a still day. You know they are moving. You can see that they are moving. But if you look away and look back, you cannot quite say how they have changed. Only that they have. Only that the world is different now than it was a moment ago, and more beautiful. And the sound of the diamond leaves. The sound is unlike anything else. It is not the high, pure chime of the silver leaves. It is not the low, hushing breath of the gold leaves. It is something in between, something that contains both. A sound like the very softest possible version of 1,000 tiny bells, each one a different pitch, each one ringing for just a fraction of a second before fading, so that the air is filled with a constant, shifting, overlapping shimmer of sound that is almost silence. Almost. But not quite. Because silence is the absence of sound, and this is the presence of something so gentle, so fine, so perfectly calibrated to the deepest needs of a tired mind, that it achieves the same effect. It quiets you from the inside. Shimmer, shimmer, shimmer. The sisters walk into the diamond forest, and the colors fall on them like a blessing. At the heart of the diamond forest, there is a clearing. You know it before you see it. You feel it. The way the air opens, the way the light changes, the way the sound of the leaves shifts from close and intimate to wide and spacious. And then the trees part, and you are there. The clearing is perfectly circular. The ground is smooth and pale, the same pale stone as the path. But here it has been worn even smoother by years and years of slow, gentle movement. By dancing. The diamond trees ring the clearing on all sides, their crystal trunks catching the light and throwing it inward, so that the clearing is filled with a soft, shifting radiance, a light that comes from everywhere and nowhere, a light that has no source and no shadow. In this light, everything is equally illuminated. Everything is equally seen. And in this light, the sisters begin to dance. It is not the kind of dancing you might imagine. There is no music with a beat. There is no rhythm that demands anything of the body. There is only the shimmer of the diamond leaves and the light, and the slow, instinctive movement of 12 people who have finally arrived at the place where their bodies know what to do. The eldest sister moves first. She raises her arms, slowly. The way you raise your arms in a long, deep stretch. And she turns, slowly. One full, slow turn. Her cloak fans out around her, just slightly, and the colors from the diamond leaves slide across the dark fabric like water. The second sister follows, then the third. One by one, the sisters begin to move through the clearing, and their movement is the slowest, most gentle movement you have ever seen. It is less like dancing and more like breathing, like the slow expansion and contraction of a sleeping chest, like the movement of water in a very deep, very still pool when something far below the surface shifts. They move around each other without touching, without collision, each one in her own orbit, each one following the particular gravity of her own body's need for rest. Some of them turn slowly in place, arms drifting outward and then back, like the opening and closing of a flower in slow motion. Some of them walk, just walk, in long curving paths across the clearing, their feet barely leaving the ground, their steps so slow and so deliberate that each one is its own small meditation. The youngest sister stands at the center of the clearing. She is not moving. She is simply standing, with her eyes closed, and her face tilted upward toward the canopy of diamond leaves above. And the colors fall on her face like light through a cathedral window. She is the stillest thing in the clearing, and somehow she is also dancing, because stillness here is its own kind of movement. Stillness here is the deepest possible participation in the rhythm of this place. You watch her, and something in you recognizes her, recognizes the particular quality of her stillness, the way her shoulders have dropped, the way her hands hang loose and open at her sides, the way her breath moves through her, slowly, completely without resistance. You have felt that, or you have wanted to feel that, and now you are feeling it. Let yourself stay here for a while. There is no need to move through this place quickly. This place was made for lingering. Look at the diamond trees around the edge of the clearing. Look at the way the light moves through them, the way each trunk is a window into the trunk behind it, and the trunk behind that. An infinite corridor of crystal and light stretching away in every direction. Look at the colors on the ground. There is a pool of deep blue near your left foot, the blue of deep water, the blue of the sky just before dawn, and it shifts as you watch it, bleeding slowly into violet, and then into a rose gold that spreads across the pale stone like the memory of a sunset. Look at your own hands. The colors are on them too, moving across your skin like something alive, like something gentle, like something that means you no harm. Feel the air on your face, cool, clean, carrying that faint crystalline scent, like cold water, like the inside of a geode. like the particular freshness of a place that has never been touched by heat or noise or urgency. Listen to the diamond leaves. Shimmer. 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 Let that sound fill the space behind your eyes. Let it fill the space between your thoughts. Let it fill all the small, tight places in your mind where worry likes to live, and let it loosen them gently, the way warm water loosens a knot. Shimmer. Shimmer. The sisters move around you. Their cloaks drift. The colors drift. The light drifts. Everything here drifts. Everything here is in the process of becoming more still, more quiet, more deeply, completely at rest, including you, especially you. You don't know how long you have been here. Time moves differently in the diamond forest. Or perhaps time doesn't move at all. Perhaps this is a place outside of time entirely. A place where the only measure of duration is the slow, steady rhythm of your own breathing. In and out. In and out. The sisters are slowing. The ones who were turning have stopped turning. The ones who were walking have stopped walking. One by one, they are finding their stillness. The eldest sister has settled at the base of a diamond tree, her back against the crystal trunk, her legs stretched out before her, her eyes closed, her face completely, utterly at peace. The second sister sits beside her, then the third, and the fourth. They gather at the edge of the clearing, leaning against the diamond trees, or lying on the smooth, pale stone, or simply standing with their eyes closed and their arms loose at their sides. And they rest. The youngest sister is the last to be still. She lowers herself slowly to the ground at the center of the clearing, and she lies on her back, and she looks up through the canopy of diamond leaves at the soft, dark sky above, and the colors fall on her face, and she closes her eyes, and she is still. The clearing is quiet now. The diamond leaves shimmer, shimmer, shimmer. The colors move across the pale stone, across the sleeping sisters, across your own hands and face and closed eyelids. And the light is warm, and the air is cool, and the sound of the leaves is the softest sound in the world. Shimmer, shimmer, shimmer. You are here. You are in the diamond forest. You are in the clearing at the heart of the world. And there is nothing here that needs you to be anything other than what you are right now. Tired. Still. Breathing. Let your body sink a little deeper into whatever is holding you. Let your arms grow heavy. Let your legs grow heavy. Let the thoughts that are still moving through your mind slow. The way the sisters slowed. The way the dancing slowed. The way everything in this place eventually, inevitably, gently slows. until it stops, until there is only the shimmer. Only the colors, only the cool air, only the slow, steady rhythm of your own breath, moving through you like a tide, in and out, in and out. The silver forest is behind you. The gold forest is behind you. The still, dark lake is behind you. You have walked through all of them. You have arrived. And this is where you stay, in the diamond light, in the shimmer, in the deep, complete, perfect quiet of a place that was made for exactly this, for rest, for you. Shimmer, shimmer, shimmer. Let go, let go, let go.